Alderman Taliaferro, Alderman Cardona, Alderman Wagasback, Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez, Alderman Quezada, Alderman Villegas, Alderman Mitz, Alderman Spizzato, Alderman Vasquez, Alderman Riley, Alderman Knudsen, Alderman Martin, and Alderman Silverstein. Chair Dowell is here. And Alderman Lespat is here. We have a quorum. We have more than a quorum. We have 30. Alderman Harris, Alderman Ramirez, Alderman Mosley, and Alderman Rodriguez requested to participate remotely according to the provisions stated under Rule 59. Can I have a motion to permit Alderman Harris, Mosley, Rodriguez, and Ramirez entrance? So moved by Alderman Villegas. All those opposed, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and I want to confirm Alderman Harris.
Alderman Harris is here.
Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez. Alderman Ramirez.
Present.
Are present and
Present.
have joined today's meeting. Alderman Nugent.
Thank you, Madam President. Pursuant to my role as President Pro Temp under Rule 36, I intend to participate and vote on this matter as an ex officio member. Thank you.
So recognize. Alderman Lopez, we have you counted towards quorum. Thank you. At this time, we will begin the public comment period. The public comment period will be limited to 30 minutes. Out of respect for everyone's time, each speaker today is limited to 2 minutes because we've had a number of people sign up. We will have 15 people that will be able to speak this morning.
Can also non-members could be recognized?
Yes, non-members. Thank you, Alderman. Non-members who are here are Alderman Yancey, Alderman Gutierrez, Alderman Coleman, Alderman Cruz, Alderman Napolitano, Alderman Fuentes. I said her name. Any other non-member here that has not been recognized? Okay. The first speaker is Michael Young Bay, followed by Carl Gutierrez.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I didn't get an agenda, but I still can talk on finance. As I was taught when I was young, it takes finance to uplift a nation. You know, we need finance to continue to move this city. We need finance for allegedly candidates that's running for office. We need finance for the children, for education. We need finance for different programs, for the uplifting of people here in the city of Chicago and in the country. Finance is very important. You know, we going through a budget crisis here, and pretty much I believe that most of y'all know that this was going to be a problem. When we were saying don't give $72 million for certain migrant issues, taking money from TIF and COVID funds, et cetera, you know, how could you possibly think that you was going to be balanced out come the end of the year when it's time for a new budget? That's impossible, you know. I do know mathematics. I done got a copy of all 3 budgets for the last 3 years that I've been down here, telling y'all stop putting money in this, stop putting money in that, but not putting money in the citizens. You know, now the citizens have a high tax bill, you know, that's outrageous. Some people $3,000, you know, extra in taxes, but there's not no jobs out here. We giving raises and finance to certain companies and raises to certain people in office, you know, and but there's no money for the children. There's no money for the seniors. There's no money for the homeless. There's no money for the schools. There's no money for transportation. There's no money for everything but what you want money to be for. And it's hurting the citizens here in the city of Chicago. We need finance. You know,
Thank you, Mr. Bay. The next speaker, Carl Gutierrez, followed by Jackie Sample.
Still morning. Good morning. My name is Carl Gutierrez from the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, representing more than 1,000 members of all sizes and sectors across our city. The 2026 budget has been a hugely difficult process, putting our city in a place that we've never been. Make no mistake, both budgets are hard on all of Chicago's businesses, but especially our small and mid-sized companies. Chicago businesses across the board not only have more skin in the game, but by a margin of 4-1, starting with the hundreds of millions of dollars in the lease tax, but continuing with the doubling of costs to business licenses, along with the myriad of other new revenues in both budgets. And that's on top of the new taxes from last year. We'll say it again, both budgets are very difficult. However, while both are hugely difficult, the alternative at least doesn't include a tax on jobs, does more to address the savings and efficiencies identified by the Ernst & Young report, and makes the full advance payment on our city's pensions, lowering the threat of a credit downgrade and helping better protect our city's financial future. Members of this committee, you should not have been put in this position, but you stepped up, and in the face of an aggressive and unwarranted attacks on yourselves and your character, you proceeded with the unprecedented task of having to create an alternative. I will say it for a third time. Both budgets are hugely difficult for Chicago businesses. Both budgets have businesses putting more skin in the game by a margin of 4-1, but these budgets represent choices. While one looks to the future, difficult as it is, the other chooses to build its house on sand. We are a good city and a great city, and we must choose better than that. We have a lot more work ahead of us, but we will look forward to working with all of you next year and the years to come to build on our city's future in a just and sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Mosley, wanted to recognize you. Make sure you're on remotely.
Present, Chair.
Okay, great. Jackie Sample, followed by Lynetta Thomas.
Hello, my name is Jackie Sample. I'm here to bring awareness about my divorce case with 4 DuPage County judges who engaged in a coordinated pattern of misconduct. They knowingly accepted fraudulent financial documents submitted by my husband, Dr. Madison Sample, while ignoring truthful financial records submitted by me. These judges refused to enforce their own court orders while assisting my spouse in stealing millions of dollars and moving business assets to hide them from me. This conduct followed a clear pattern of crooked judges, corruption, financial fraud, bribery. They knowingly assisted my spouse in stealing over $5 million in assets, leaving me penniless. This misconduct did not stop there. The actions of these judges reflect a slave owner mentality. I endured extreme systemic racial discrimination, contempt, dehumanization, rooted in racism. My property was taken and everything I built over the last 25 years was illegally stripped from me. I was treated less than human, as a commodity rather than a full person with rights. In May of 2025, Judge Neil Cerny unlawfully dismissed my divorce case against my wishes, forcing me to remain legally married to an abusive spouse and leaving me financially devastated. Judge Neil Cerny, Kenton Scarton, James Arrell, and Susan Alvarado treated me not as a person, but as property. Their practice include fear-based control used to dominate and silence me, so I would not speak out about their collusion and the theft of my assets and property, stripping me of everything I built and any legal ability to protect it. In addition, the judiciary willfully and knowingly violated my rights under the Americans with Disability Act. Reasonable accommodations were obstructed, and my ability to fairly and equally participate in court proceedings were denied. As a result, I now have multiple foreclosure cases pending in Cook County. I have filed a federal complaint against DuPage County judges and my spouse, yet my ADA rights and due process rights under color.
Thank you, Ms. Sample. The next speaker is Lynetta Thomas, followed by Ray Roundtree.
All right, y'all got one of these sergeant at arms threatening me back over here. I'm just letting you know right now. Members of the Finance Committee, I'm asking today that the following be taken as formal working notes and that staff be directed to supply, verify, and publish the supporting numbers before the budget moves any further. Chicago is facing a 1.15 billion corporate fund shortfall. This committee is serious about closing that gap responsibly. We need to focus on quantifiable levers, not symbolic revenue. First, the $33 head tax. Based on existing estimates, it raises approximately $8 million or less than 7% of the deficit, while creating negative hiring incentives. I'm asking finance staff to place the official revenue projection, economic impact assumptions, and administrative costs into the record so members can evaluate whether this tool meaningfully addresses the gap. Second, overtime spending, particularly at CPD. Recent budgets show CPD overtime budgeted near 100 million, but spent closer to 190 million. With the fiscal year proposal increasing the line item 200 million. I'm requesting the 5-year overtime trend by department, identification of avoidable overtime drivers, and a fiscal estimate for 10, 15, and 25% reductions through enforceable caps, pre-approval, and event cost recovery. Peer cities routinely realize 100 to 150 million in annual savings through these controls. Third, wages and personal costs. A 1-year pause on across-the-board raises, excluding step increases and critical frontline roles, should be costed out by staff. Based on comparable cities, this represents 120 to 180 million in avoided cost growth. This pause should explicitly include elected officials whose salaries average 142,000, with COLAs totaling over 350,000 annually across the council. Fourth, contracts and procurement. Chicago spends billions annually on outside vendors. I'm requesting a fiscal note estimating savings for rebidding and consolidating the top contract categories using conservative benchmarks to
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Our next speaker is Ray Roundtree, followed by Alex Goldenberg.
Yeah, this just to bring awareness. Bill Conway, 34th Ward Alderman. I'm trying to see why is nothing being done about the kidnapping of Dylan J. Roundtree, my son. It happened in your ward. What's the problem? Can't get no help. I've been here for years in your ward. There's nothing's being done. That's it. That's all.
Excuse me, Mr. Roundtree. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Goldenberg, followed by Reverend Dr. Wallace Gator Bradley.
Good afternoon again. Earlier, I made the point that there is no evidence that the corporate head tax is a job killer. And I really think it's important for the members of this committee to acknowledge that, to internalize that. There is analysis by economics and labor experts that have concluded that. Centrist Joe Ferguson has concluded that. And it's really hard for us to understand why you're still making that a talking point and hinging your argument for your proposal on a fact that is blatantly false. The other point that I think it's really important to make is that this search for revenue from fines, from selling debt of low income and suffering people, people are getting into the situation of debt because they have no means to pay it. These are people who are getting tickets, booted, accumulating different debt to the city. And your plan is to actually make life harder for them instead of to ask the ultra wealthy that have it so good to just pay a little bit more. I can't think of a starker contrast than people who have to learn all the different places that all the different pounds of the city. They know all the mazes. They have been to those trailers. They have been to under Wacker, those dark places. They have had to decide whether they were going to be able to put food on the table or get their car to then go to work. And those are the people who are looking to make more sacrifice instead of the ultra rich who have never had it better. So I really think that putting forward an unbalanced budget that is so regressive is wrong, and we strongly encourage you to take the right decision, tax the rich corporations who have it, and support the protection.
Thank you, Mr. Goldenberg. Reverend Dr. Wallace Gator Bradley, followed by Apostle Sandy A. Norman.
Yes, good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
First off, again, good morning, Chairman. I love you more. I stand in that one. I want to say, Madam Chairman, is it possible that I can get a copy of the revenue ordinance alternative?
Yeah, we have, you can check that on, it's on the clerk's website, it's online.
Okay, thank you. I'm in full support of the Protecting Chicago budget with the aldermen, be it pro or con, can come together and help make it a righteous budget for everybody in Chicago. If you see something that's wrong and you can make it better, I believe everybody need to understand to make it better. The reason that I asked for a copy of the alternative is because I haven't seen where new revenue was going to be generated. When I see new revenue being generated from the Protecting Chicago budget, the people in the community can't judge what they can't see. And that's what they trying to see. So they can say, hey, well, that makes sense. Case in point, the people realize the importance of the garbage tax because it was shown $9 or $15.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Wallace Gator Bradley. That's a good one. Apostle Sandy Norman,
Blessings,
followed
everyone.
by James McCoy.
Blessings, everyone. My name is Apostle Sandy A. Norman. I want to say honor to everyone that is here. I did come to the meeting, and I will be at all the council meetings moving forward. I want to say that I'm a product of the West Side Lundale community, Ida B. Wells housing projects. And as a pastor, I have one of the best violence intervention ministries and outreach teams in the city of Chicago. And so I want to just say to the city of Chicago, when they flip red, they're talking about audits. I'm in the streets. I'm active. I work with the police department turning in weapons. I'm in a lot of the aldermanic wards that are here doing the work. And so people like myself, I just want to say to the city of Chicago that what I've been experiencing from the city is that the funding is not going to the people that are actually doing the work, but the funding is going to a lot of these organizations that are not on the street. They're not preventing crime, but they have political ties and political connections, and that is wrong. It is not of God. And so I'm here again because Chain Breakers VIP Ministries, we know the detail that the mayor takes. We're in all of our communities from Lawndale. We're in East Garfield. We're in Michelle Harris's aldermanic wards. And again, the funding, the corruption, it's terrible. And you have, I can't even count on my hand, 10 pastors that are in the city of Chicago that are actively on the street doing anything in our communities, but yet they continue. I see the funding that is being distributed. I have been disrespected. I am one of the most honorable women of God in the city of Chicago. I can back up what I do. I have over 20,000. We're camping out on the streets 24 hours doing the real work, but we
Thank you, Apostle Norman. The next speaker is James McCoy, followed by Amy Masters.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. The days that people don't pay attention to politics are over with. The days that people don't pay attention to the voting record of certain people, of certain aldermen, is over with. All right. I need everybody to understand that people's seats are not nearly as solid and unmovable as you think they are. So when we talk about we're coming to get your seats, when we talk about you might get replaced, that's a very real possibility. We can look at some of your records. Y'all did not win your elections by that much. We don't need that much. If you think that your budget will be able to beat our influence, it won't. Okay. Even your fake and stage interviews, it didn't get Kamala Harris in office. It's not going to keep Brandon Johnson his money. Okay. This stuff is not going to work. And what we're telling you now is that Brandon Johnson has proven he's not a man of his word. He swore up and down he wasn't going to increase housing taxes. And then the next year he decided to do that. Now he's acting as if he completely didn't do that whatsoever. You know for a fact that he cannot balance a budget. All right. And you all agreed with it. Most of you all were completely complicit. Most of you all were, and we know who was, and we know who weren't. All right. Now you have the opportunity to save yourselves a little bit, to be very honest with you, because your voting record is kind of set in stone right now. All right. We know for a fact that there are so many things that can be cut. If you want to save the budget, if you want to balance the budget somewhat, you would cut what needs to be cut. All right. Brandon Johnson's talking about taxing the ultra rich, which is his big thing because he understands that people don't like, super big rich people, but he doesn't talk about the fact that he's giving a lot of you all raises. He doesn't talk about the fact that he's giving himself a huge $5 million pension. He's the rich. And we're keeping track of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. The next speaker is Amy Masters, followed by Adrian Setti.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Dowell and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Amy Masters, and I'm here today on behalf of the Building Owners and Managers Association of Chicago, or BOMA Chicago. We represent about 240 large office buildings in the city, and our buildings house about 18,000 tenants and over 500,000 office workers. Chicago's office industry supports about 64,000 jobs, most of which are union. I'm here today to ask you to support the alternative budget put forward by members of the City Council. We're grateful for the many, many hours this group has committed without the benefit of a budget staff to craft a reasonable, balanced package that avoids a head tax and the mayor's dramatic property tax increase of $300 million proposed last year. This revenue package supports a full advance pension payment. Paying the full amount will prevent the city from falling further behind, protects our credit rating, and avoids the higher costs that come with borrowing or shorting the system. This updated budget proposal also removes the garbage fee increase. It eliminates cuts to the Chicago Public Library system and increases funding for domestic violence services. These are meaningful improvements that protect residents while strengthening the city's longstanding financial position. There's been a repeated claim that businesses aren't paying their fair share. But in this package, more than 80% of the fee and tax increases fall on businesses, not residents. Some of these include a 15% personal property lease tax, a new social media tax, and increased business fees. This on top of commercial property already paying the highest property taxes in the country. No one likes tax and fee increases, but we need a balance that limits additional burdens on residents while supporting economic growth. The city can't risk a government shutdown that would harm residents and businesses.
Thank you, Ms. Masters. The next speaker is Adrian Setti, followed by George Blakemore.
Good morning. My name is Adrian. I'm a library worker at Chicago Public Library at the Harold Washington Library downtown. I'm here to tell you that contrary to our last speaker, restoring our collections budget is not sufficient to do justice to our libraries. I'm represented by AFSCME, but I'm here to talk about the cutting of 200 of our SEIU library security guards as proposed in the mayor's budget. We've been hearing that this budget has no library layoffs, and I am grateful that my job is not on the chopping block this year, but the reduction of funds for library security staffing by 44% is not just a number, it's the guards we rely on every day to create peaceful spaces for our patrons. Library staff meet people with a huge range of needs, and sometimes we encounter those who are struggling so much that they may hurt themselves or others. At Harold Washington Library, where I work, in the last year, we've experienced a group knife fight, sexual assault of a minor, battery of staff, a patron stalking library pages, and more. Our guards make a difference. Security guards in our libraries help us de-escalate dangerous situations, keep libraries safe for vulnerable patrons, and ensure that everyone can enjoy public services in peace. We rely on guards who are trained in conflict prevention and management to help us help all of our patrons without involving the police. The police district my library is in doesn't have a CARES team, so when we call for outside assistance, the responders who arrive are not clinicians trained to handle mental health crises. It's cops ready to make arrests. Having guards present means that much more of the time we can avoid calling the police and subjecting people to being cycled through the criminal justice system. The reduction in force of 200 library security workers for 2026 would be a serious blow to library services. I have trouble understanding how the termination of these workers has garnered so little attention. Maybe if we don't consider contract labor real work, then we can say there are no layoffs. I don't think it'll be much consolation to our guards to know that they weren't laid off. Raising the library levy would mean that owners of the most expensive properties in our city would pay their fair share so that we don't see job losses. And
Thank you, Ms. Setti. The next speaker is George Blakemore, followed by Jessica Jackson.
Taxation without representation, voodoo economics. Look here, this is Pat Dow, over finance, a culture of corruption. Alderman Burt was indicted. Alderman Burt was indicted, and they're still stealing. It's just a culture of corruption here. Voodoo economics here. It's terrible. It's terrible. Just one corrupt person be indicted and another corrupt one comes in. Nothing changes. It all remains the same because the people allow this to happen. Walter Burnett is gone. Now he's nepotism, corruption, fraud, abuse. Just musical chair. They go from one hog pen to the other. Where's the other hog pen? Over here, Cook County. Where did Tony Prewinkle came? What hog pen did she come from? This one. They just transfer the pigs from one hog pen to the other one. Some of them are even big and fat like pigs. Lord, now look here now. Most of budget, they say one of the worst of all the wars. This man's war. His wife's war. And a black war. You go to Madison, Pulaski, who do you see out there? Koreans and European and Asian. What are the blacks doing? Buying. They're not selling nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. Next speaker is Jessica Jackson, followed by Dennis White. And our last speaker is Danielle Carter.
Before I say what I need to say, I want to thank Alderman Talaferro for helping me with my case. He did, in fact, come through and help me, and I want to acknowledge that. Thank you very much. Now, with that being said, that John Hendricks was here. Now, he ran in the back because he didn't want to hear this conversation. Now, you got your finance people over there that's with him from the city. You got that, what is it, Annette Gooseman, who is in here instead of him. And you got the lady with the black jacket on with the glasses, who I really thought was AI up until right now, because she just had this stick stoic position on TV. She doesn't even move, you know, so I thought she was AI. So seeing that how she's real, maybe you can go back there and tell John Hendricks that Jessica Jackson said at a meeting that he had with Senator Terry Bryant from Springfield in March 2025, when him and Mary Richardson Laurie lied and told Senator Terry Bryant that the reason why my case had not been settled was because my mother did not have a will. It's the same lie that Cook County public administrators told. So do not sit here and make like the city and the county and the city are not connected, because they're very connected. So the fact that you all will sit here and look at some false, rigged up numbers that you can't even fix is a disgrace. You all are a disgrace because you're lying. Stop lying. You won't say nothing about the money that was spent on illegal immigrants, because you know that's what's got this budget messed up. It has nothing to do with no ultra rich or nothing else. It's got to do with the incompetence of you and that Goodsman that sit there and let Brandon Johnson do this garbage. You and that AI robot next.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Our next speaker is Dennis White, and our last speaker is Danielle Carter.
It's amazing that people over here saying tax the rich. It's more easier what liberals say, tax the rich, but they don't have jobs. It's easy for an incompetent, make-believe American black mayor, which he might be an undercover Haitian, to say, we need to tax the rich, but at the same time, he like to raise property taxes and stuff to say, well, we need to put our skin in the game. And then he's saying, he crying with the dry tears, talking about, my family didn't have no food in the refrigerator. Maybe they didn't have a job. I don't know. But nevertheless, Brandon Johnson either need to be voted out, impeached, indicted, convicted, jail for the rest of his life. That's what Brandon Johnson need to be. And I'm telling you now, if you vote 25-10 to say no to Brandon Johnson, make it 26-9 to say no to Brandon Johnson, because this budget do not need to be passed. And then all these liberals over here talking about we need to tax the rich and stuff. Get a job, man. That's all you need to do. Now, here's the thing. The blacks from the South Side and the West Side are getting tired of all these unnecessary taxes from the Democratic politicians right here. And then here's the lesson. The Democrat symbol is of a jackass, but look how many dumbasses that's under the jackasses and stuff. So I'm saying to this, the election season is coming. Them seats are going to get hot. It's going to be in danger, and you're going to get voted out. And Brandon Johnson, you're going to prison.
Thank you, Mr. White. Danielle Carter.
So I'm not going to raise property taxes. That's been the lazy form of governance for a very long time in the city of Chicago, and quite frankly, around the country. Communities have been hit hard because the property taxes continue to go up, and that's why I'm committed to making sure that we're not raising property taxes to keep families in the city of Chicago. So make sure that we're keeping everybody here. The greatest population loss right now in the city of Chicago are Black people. Why? Because we have not addressed public safety and property taxes. Just so
You live in the city of Chicago. Mayor Brandon Johnson wants to increase your property taxes.
Mayor's $300 million property tax proposal.
For Chicago property owners, a double dose of pain. First came reassessments. Now, a possible property tax hike. Rather than propose layoffs or furloughs, today Mayor Brandon Johnson sent City Council a budget calling for a $300 million property tax increase, the largest in 9 years. According to the administration, the average homeowner would pay 4% more. By tapping into the property tax well, the mayor is breaking a campaign promise.
Feel that you are taxing them into financial slavery to pay for migrants. The exact amount of this tax increase that you're proposing is, I think, to the penny, what you've already given to one of the migrant vendors. The migrant vendor named Favorite Healthcare Staffing, not to mention all the other migrant vendors. Wouldn't it make more sense for your tax increase to simply be called a migrant tax on Chicagoans?
Make no mistake about it. We warned you all. They're trying to divert. The reason why your property taxes went up, because we paying.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. This concludes the public comment period. I want to acknowledge that the Committee on Finance has received, the Committee on Finance has received 18 public comments pertaining to the matters before us today, and they were all sent to you electronically. We have a total of 5 items on this agenda this morning, or this afternoon now. Item number 1. I'm asking the gallery to please be silent for this meeting. Thank you. The committee has been informed, on item number 1, the committee has been informed by the mayor's office that item number 1 will not be discussed during today's committee meeting. So we will go out of the regular order of the agenda and hear item number 5. Item number 5 is an ordinance introduced by Alderman Matthew O'Shea and others, amending titles 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14A, 14B, 14X, and 15 of the Municipal Code 2026 Municipal Code Revenue Ordinance Alternative. There is a substitute ordinance which has been prepared and sent out electronically to everyone and distributed to everyone in this room today. Pages 3 and 4 have been revised and will be explained by Alderman Nugent. Is there a motion to accept the substitute ordinance?
So moved.
So moved by Alderman Beal. Alderman Nugent, would you please explain pages 3 and 4?
Madam Chair, I was just moving to accept the substitute ordinance that was circulated and have received the updated pages 3 and 4 to reflect the changes. I was just simply stating that for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Lee and Alderman Wagasback are here to explain the ordinance that you have before you today, substitute ordinance. Point of order, Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Do we need to vote to accept the substitute?
You are correct. Hold on one second. All those in favor of accepting the substitute, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the substitute ordinance is now before the committee and will be explained by my colleagues, Alderman Lee and Alderman Wagasback. But before you start, Alderman Moore, you have a point of information?
It's tripping, but I just want to be clear, Chairman, the one that says substitute page 131 is the one we're talking about, or is it the other one that says ordinance pages?
It should have substitute ordinance at the top.
Okay, Not the one that ends with Exhibit A. Okay,
Substitute revenue ordinance.
okay, thank you, Chairman.
Alderman Lee and Alderman Wagisback, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Colleagues, thank you for being here today. As a lot of you know, our Aldermanic Coalition worked throughout the weekend to fine-tune revenue and spending options in consultation with budget and finance advisors, not-for-profits, many other entities throughout the city, as well as industries, including manufacturing, liquor, and business community. As part of this collaborative process among many alders, we've come to an agreement to remove the garbage tax as part of our proposal. We have no grocery tax, we have no property tax, and we have no head tax. We have worked to also include the mayor's record-setting surplus, despite the distorted rhetoric that has been spreading around the city. We have also figured out how to balance this proposal while fully funding collections in the Chicago Public Library and provide additional funding for gender-based violence. We believe that this final proposal represents the position of an even broader number of alders than just a few days ago, and are excited to move forward in this process to avoid a possible shutdown and give the residents, working families, and businesses the peace of mind they deserve as we close out 2025. We also want to share for the record the confidence we have in our revenue projections. Our advisors are among some of the city's best budget and finance experts who dug deep into the numbers with those of us who do this work every day. As we all know, every spending and revenue number in a budget is an estimate, and that applies to our numbers as it does with those assumed in the mayor's proposal. Our budget is balanced. The one that we provide to today is balanced, and we are ready to move forward with our spending and revenue projections. We look forward to passing this out today and avoiding the shutdown that I think many in this city fear, and this proposal today will help us get through this time of crisis and a time of need. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Before we go, I would like to acknowledge Alderman Rodriguez, who has joined us for quorum, and Alderman Lawson and Alderman Manal Hoppenworth, who are non-members who've joined us today. Alderman Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to my colleague, Alderman Wagisback. I'd like to just add to the remarks. Budgets are hard. We all know that. I've only voted on a few of them. Many of you here have voted on more. And with anything, we have, for hundreds of hours at this point, engaged the majority of City Council in conversations, having debates about what goes in the budget, agreeing, disagreeing, agreeing to disagree. Because make no mistake, there's not a budget that's on the table right now that everybody likes every aspect of. But our job is to make sure that the city government continues to run, and we do this in a responsible way, and we believe that we have that we're meeting our obligations, and that we're leaving Chicago stronger for it. So with that, we'll get started with the presentation. All of the alders should have hard copies of this in front of you, and we've got this projecting on the screen here. Did we hand out? Okay. We used the mayor's original proposal as a base budget. We're really only talking about $258,400,000 of a $16.6 billion budget. On the expenditure side, we're increasing on the corporate fund, removal of the head tax at $100 million, ensuring that we make the full advance pension payment at $139,900,000, increasing funding for gender-based violence programs above the 2025 levels, restoring funding for the library books, library collections at $5 million, and restoring funding for youth mentoring that we know is very effective. Again, this represents a very small portion of the budget, 1.6% of a $16.6 billion budget. So how do we get there? We're going to walk through this summary very quickly, and then we're going to go through individually, so you'll get more descriptive details about each one of these as we go along. On the expenditure decrease side of the house, we're looking at the UI efficiencies report that was done by Ernst & Young. We're anticipating that there will be $46.6 million in savings and efficiencies. On revenue adjustments for the ground transportation tax, this has to do with Uber and Lyft and the congestion fee zones. We're looking This adjustment is based on an adjustment from the prior version. The original version of the revenue ordinance had a fee increase. So we worked backwards from there, and this looks weird because it says minus 39 million. We're going to go through that in detail. We're also adding on here business tax for video gaming at $6.8 million. Personal property lease tax, an increase to 15%, which is capped through the end of 2027. Increasing the shopping bag tax from 10 cents to 15 cents while maintaining the 1 cent rebate to retailers for reimbursement. That's $8.7 million. On the liquor tax, we would replace the existing unit-based tax with a percentage-based tax for off-premise liquor sales. That we believe can conservatively generate $6 million in the next fiscal year. Nonprofit boat mooring exemption. There's a yacht tax that was proposed. We propose exempting nonprofits to the tune of $200,000 to this budget. Fines, fees, forfeitures, and penalties. We're projecting a $92.6 million revenue from that resource, and we'll get into details of that in a little bit. Rentals and leases, looking at augmented reality advertising. I know this is new. We're going to tell you all about it when we get into it. That's $6 million. Advertising revenue and getting creative with our advertising revenue for bridge houses as a pilot, light poles as a pilot, and then city vehicles. We anticipate $29.3 million in additional revenue for that. And finally, taking prior year assigned and unassigned available resources at $20 million for a total of $258,400,000. Alderman Ragisbeck will get into the corporate savings.
Okay, in the corporate fund savings, we set a target for expense reductions in the corporate fund, but provide flexibility on how we get there. And this target is based on efficiencies that we identified in the Ernst & Young report, including closing select vacant positions, improving fleet disposition, life cycle modeling, and warranty recovery, service optimization through implementing cost recovery fees like false burglar alarm fees. And the target there was $46 million. Under this, for instance, the vacant positions in the EY short-term estimate, they provided a range of $2 million to $10 million. We used the low estimate of $2 million. In terms of optimizing managerial spans of control, the EY midterm or 1 to 3 year report estimated that $37 million could be assumed. We assumed only 20% of that through FY26 or $7.4 million. We reduced legal spending. EY midterm estimate was $5 to $11 million. We assumed 50% implementation for FY26 or $2.5 million. And the reason I will state is that we tried to make our numbers conservative so that people did not think we were overblowing what the EY report recommended and what the administration thought they could get to. In fleet services on the work stream, in the EY report, this is page 15. The other point I would make out on some of these is that this is very prescriptive, so the administration, if they want to put more effort into it, could actually find more savings in the EY report. And that was made very clear after several weeks of waiting for the EY report to come out when EY came before us and there was testimony in this council chambers. In the fleet services work stream, accelerated disposition. EY short-term estimate was 4.4 to 6.4. We used the lowest estimate minus what is already included, or $1.4 million. Improve life cycle modeling. The estimate was 2.2 to 4.4. We used 2.2. Expand warranty recovery. The EY short-term estimate was 1.7 to 3.7 million, and we used the low estimate again of 1.7 million. Now moving on to service optimization. The recommended items from EY, except disbanding the CPD mounted unit, was adjusting fire alarm inspection fees, false alarm burglar fees, adding a false fire alarm fee, increasing film production squad car fees, increasing pyrotechnics and sprinkler fees, and implementing a treat no transport fee, adding a non-emergent lift assist fee, reducing 311 hours from 24/7 by leveraging chatbots, and additional items. EY's short-term estimate for all of these options was $18 million. We only assumed 50% of that implementation, or $9 million. Next one. Now moving on to the next page for ground transportation congestion fee. Essentially what we did here was restore the original proposed congestion zone, but remove the rate changes. The administration said 17 million for the new proposal, but we were told by industry officials it was 26 million based on their more sophisticated forecasting. We're not doing 10.25%, we're just changing the geography. And I believe the mayor's office has since indicated that they agree with the industry's more sophisticated modeling. So again, we have only adjusted boundaries and not the rate and the boundaries as the administration had done. All right, next one there. Business tax video. All right, Alderman, do you want to jump in on this one?
We got it.
Chairwoman.
Sure. Is it okay? Okay. We've got business tax on video gaming. This is a new item that we've got here, and I will defer to Alderman Beal to speak on this one.
Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I want to thank my colleagues for a great presentation as we go through this alternate budget, which I think is phenomenal, and I want to encourage everyone to really take in what we're doing and understand that we are doing the right thing by the people of the city of Chicago. But talking about video gaming, we've talked about this for a while. Right now, we have over 3,000 illegal sweepstakes machines here in the city of Chicago that we're not getting a penny off of, not one dime. And let me again say illegal sweepstakes machines. Right now, we have over 3,300 liquor licenses here in the city of Chicago. Of that, we took the number of 80%. We anticipate applying for VGT licenses, which is about 2,640 VGT locations. If each one of those locations opted in between 4 and 6 machines, we're looking at roughly 11,880 machines here in the city of Chicago, which will net us initially $10,800,000. And with that, if you look at the $10,800,000 minus the $4 million penalty that we have baked in for the Bally's contract, we potentially will have to pay $4 million for opting in. That nets us $6.8 million in revenue. $6.8 million in revenue initially, and this is a very conservative number. When you look at the fact that this is each license will contribute about $1,000 per year, and that is before any revenue is generated. Not one pull on these VGT machines, we're going to be netting almost $11 million. And so once we get up and going, and these numbers are coming straight from the licensing in Springfield, the gaming board. The gaming board is anticipating that Chicago, once fully up and operational, we will bring in between $65 and $100 million based on the 5% of the current contract that we're in right now with the state of Illinois. 5%. And so when you look at between 65 and 100 million with just 5%, that's not including the money that we could potentially get for capital improvement. The state's portion is almost $900 million. Of that, Chicago is not getting a dime for capital improvements. So if we would look to work with the state to maybe change the formula or get a lion's share of the capital improvement funds that this money will create from VGTs, we could possibly be netting between $300, $400, possibly $500 million. But we're being conservative today to get going. Coming out of the gate, we're looking at $6.8 million.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. Moving on to the lease of personal property, or the PPLT, we're increasing the rate to 15% capped through fiscal year 2027. That would mean that we would keep the rate at 15 through December 31st, 2027. The revenue impact from the original version of the revenue ordinance of an additional $82 million. Next, we have the plastic bag tax, the shopping bag tax. This is an increase in the shopping bag tax from 10 cents to 15 cents. This proposal maintains the 1 cent retailer share, unlike the mayor's proposal, we have, this information was gleaned from information that we received from the administration as a council back in July. These numbers are pulled directly from there. The incremental revenue estimate here is $8.7 million. Next is a liquor tax. This replaces the existing unit-based tax with a percentage-based tax on off-premise liquor sales only. So this would not affect restaurants. The revenue impact is $6 million. Now, we assume 80% of the sales are off-premise in the city of Chicago, and assuming $2 billion in total liquor sales for the year and 1/4 of implementation. We have been very conservative with our estimates here. Taxable off-premise sales would be $800 million. This was also something that was taken up by the Chicago Financial Futures Task Force, which was an independent group of 24 civic leaders charged with charting practical and forward-looking options for the city's long-term financial health. This is something that we believe has a strong opportunity to create even more revenue down the road. This would be at a rate of 1.5% of $400 million, which is $6 million that we're assuming of revenue for the fiscal year 2026. That's you.
All right, and
That's me.
you're doing the fines fees.
Actually, can you skip here first?
You want me to take that?
Yeah, will you
Oh,
take
okay.
that one first?
All right, skipping over to fines, forfeitures, and penalties. We include $89.6 million in increased debt collection. Currently, $1 billion is currently saleable, and this assumes that the city can recoup nearly 9%. We believe the impact would be about $92.6 million. Now, there's a lot of issues with debt collection. City's total uncollected debt tallies as high as nearly $7 billion going back over 25 years. Uncollected debt is reported to have gone up $1 billion over this term, but that is probably due to deficient practices that the administration inherited and a creation of new and expanded taxes, fines, and fees of various sorts. We had robust conversation on this with high-level expert-assisted independent assessments, as well as people in the administration, suggesting that potentially $1 billion of this, as I mentioned, is realistically recoverable through a combination of modernized internal collection efforts. I would also point out that some of the other issues with this include making sure that employees of our sister agencies, not limited to CPS, but as well as Cook County, have mandatory debt compliance to make sure that they are paying their bills when they're employees of the city of Chicago, of a sister agency, or of another jurisdiction. Using data in our possession, we can immediately access some of the other information, and we believe again that we could get close to $92.6 million total impact in this upcoming year.
Yes. We're including enforcement of the environmental benchmark ordinance at a revenue impact for half of a year at $3 million. If you're not familiar, the city passed an ordinance back in 2017 requiring commercial, municipal, and residential buildings over 50,000 square feet to track and report their annual energy use. We understand, based on reports, that there hasn't been great enforcement of this. A report by Electrify Chicago looked at non-reporting on the ordinance between 2018 and 2022 and found that 3,325 instances of building owners not submitting their data over that period. Their analysis further reports that the city could have generated up to $30 million in fines. Now, we know that's a high-end estimate. Extrapolating from these calculations, we feel like this would be an upper limit of $6.1 million per year once we're enforcing this. And with the new positions that are scheduled for the Department of Environment, we know that there will be more opportunities for enforcement. We went with the 50% assumption on that upper limit of $6 million at revenue contribution of $3 million. Augmented reality. Who has kids that play Pokemon Go? Anybody? I do. Okay. Pokemon Go. This is a really cool new revenue opportunity that could generate revenue by allowing augmented reality content on city property. So if you've ever played Pokemon Go, or if you use augmented reality at all, it's when you hold your camera up and you're looking at the real world, but other things sort of pop up in its place. The city would work with a broker for augmented reality opportunities for the city, where the broker and the platform earns a commission, and there are no upfront costs. We're assuming the low estimate from the numbers provided by the AR company leading in this space at $6 million. Now, we're grateful to BOMA Chicago for sharing this information as they presented on this idea. In fact, you can go to their website and see how they're sharing this with their members. The idea was also presented to the Financial Futures Task Force and was something that World Business Chicago was also very interested in. Their revenue estimates, brokers' revenue estimates go from $6 million to $30 million potentially in a year. And we went with the low end estimate of $6 million. Advertising.
All right, moving on to advertising revenue. This includes the following options: Bridge House naming rights, light pole advertising pilot, and advertising on fleet vehicles. Again, some of this came from the Chicago Financial Futures Task Force, which was convened by the mayor. For instance, in that report, they say consider advertising on light poles, $4.3 million at the low end or up to the high end as well. We have also had, as far back as 2012, a municipal marketing plan that included advertising, if you recall, on divvy bikes, and unfortunately some of the large the highway advertising. However, the projected amount that could be here for a similar program, looking at several other cities and the different types of things that they do, is $29.3 million. And we've had some of this that came from the CFFTF report, as well as from several aldermen, looking at things like city vehicles that are available for advertising on, some other cities do. Again, the light poles and potentially other aspects of city assets that could bring in additional revenue.
The last item here is using prior year assigned and unassigned resources. We know that the city of Chicago is forecasting a deficit for 2025 of $146 million. The city will receive $173 million back from CPS as a result of the record-breaking TIF surplus. With the IGA agreement that the city of Chicago has with CPS, any amount over 379 but less than 175 in surplus would be returned back to the city to cover the MABF payment. At $173 million coming back in, less the deficit, that would remain a delta of $27 million. Our proposal carries forward $20 million of that to pay towards the advanced pension payment. And finally, there's been a lot of talk of how the budget is impacting individuals and businesses. Our proposal, in terms of new revenues, impacts businesses at 84% and individuals at 16%. I want everybody to take a look at this for a minute. Don't just glance at it. 84% to 16%. The PPLT is the largest share of the business expense, and that has gone from $0 to $1 billion in the course of 1 year. Businesses paying the overwhelming majority of what is in this new revenue package. And as I said earlier, no budget is perfect. We feel that this is a responsible, conservative budget that ensures that we are meeting our obligations with the pension payment and ensuring that Chicago continues to grow and does not put up roadblocks to growing this economy. We're here for working families. We want people to be working, and corporations employ people. We need jobs. So we cannot continue to put onto businesses more roadblocks. We recognize that we have many other things that get in the way, and we're only, again, touching 1.6% of this budget. No budget is perfect, and here we are. We're presenting this, and we hope that you come with us on this budget. Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you. Excuse me, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson, please. We'll start. Ms. Jackson, am respectfully asking you to please calm down. Thank you. All right, we'll start with questions from the committee. First up is Vice Chair Conway. You have.
Well, I'll wait till the conversation germinates a little bit before I
right,
ask any
then.
questions. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Then we'll go to Alderman Quezada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, as reported by WTTW, members of this committee said that they did not want to spend 12 to 16 hours having their numbers dismissed. But if the numbers are sound, they should withstand 12 to 16 hours of scrutiny, because scrutiny is not disrespect, it is the heart of good governance. I'm concerned that we are being asked to vote today on numbers that were not released yesterday, precisely because they could not withstand even a half day of scrutiny. If they cannot withstand 12 to 6 hours of scrutiny, they do not belong in our budget. Today, finance members,
could you get
yes,
to your
Madam Chair,
question?
I'm getting to that.
Thank you.
Finance committee members are being shown supporting materials for the first time and are being asked to evaluate and vote in the same meeting. Finance committee members are fiduciaries, not an audience. Reviewing major
What
revenue
is your
assumptions
question, Mr. Quesada? Alderman Quesada.
requires understanding the methodology. I'm putting into context so that I can ask clear questions. Making major revenue assumptions requires time to understand the methodology, assess legal and procurement feasibility, consult staff, consult our constituencies, and ask follow-up questions after reflection. So I will move into my first line of questions.
Thank you.
I believe it is great that we removed the garbage fee increase and we restored funding for approximately 5,000 youth jobs. Thank you for listening to our residents and our young people, because that matters. For youth jobs funding, if assumed revenues fall short, what safeguards ensure youth jobs are not cut mid-year?
Well, I think what we're looking at right now is that the revenue estimates are probably not going to fall short based on the monthly analysis that actually comes from OBM. So in our estimation here, we're not worried about those revenue items falling short.
I would like the Budget Director, Nat Guzman, to answer that question.
Excuse me, I got this meeting. Alderman Quinn, you had a point of information? No, okay. Director Guzman?
I'm sorry, is the question, will the revenues fall short?
I think that's the first part. And then two, if revenues do fall short, how do we ensure youth jobs are not cut mid-year?
So this is our first time reviewing this proposal. We also don't have any of the background methodology that was used to evaluate and come up with the forecast. So I can't speak to whether or not the revenues will fall short. I would, we asked for that, and I would ask for it again so that we can do that analysis. If the revenues do fall short or don't come in based on the projections that are put forth today, we will be back here presenting possible solutions to cut expenditures next year.
Thank you. Why were the assumptions made in this budget not shared publicly when reporters requested them?
Point of information, Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman, and forgive me, colleague, but if I may ask, isn't that true of any budget? Revenues may fall short, that we have to make adjustments mid-year, regardless if it's this one or the one that the mayor proposes?
That's true.
Thank you, Chairman.
You wanna answer that question? I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, Alderman?
Yes. So, or the previous one or the most recent one? Because my most recent
one
one.
that you just asked.
Yes, I was asking why was this budget not shared publicly to members of this committee and also reporters yesterday when requested? This is our first time reviewing this. This is incredibly disrespectful.
Point of clarification, Alderman Beal.
Well, Madam Chairman, we don't work for reporters. And just because reporters ask us questions don't mean we're obligated to give them information. We're not negotiating this in the press. And so when we look at this information, we asked the administration to provide their information to us as well yesterday, and they presented nothing. They were on the agenda to submit their information today, and they submitted nothing. So at least we're presenting something that you can evaluate.
I will say also that we, in our coalition, This was presented to, I want to say, 30 members of council. This is not the first time that everybody is seeing this. I appreciate that some of you are seeing this for the first time. Duly noted, it is not any different than when the administration does direct introduction and we have no notice of it. And we are often asked to vote on those days. So it's a fair question.
Back to some of the nitty-gritty here. For the advertisements on public spaces, what is your plan for an RFP process? Because from my reference, seems like the city, when they did the digital billboard vote, they passed an RFP proposal in 2011. The plan wasn't actually approved by an actual vendor well, that was passed in November of 2011. The vendor wasn't approved until December of 2012, and then the cities didn't start collecting revenue until 2014. So how are you going to collect $30 million in 1 year without an RFP process?
I'll answer that.
Alderman Wagisback.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Actually, an RFP process would be proposed here. Procurement has the expertise to do that. They've done hundreds, if not thousands of them, and have the blueprint and again, the expertise to do that.
So if we do not collect your $30 million, what is your plan?
Okay, so
Point of information, Alderman Nugent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that in the presentation that Alderman Wagisback and Lee gave, all of the estimates were conservative, and we used the lowest estimate for everything proposed. Therefore, there is a chance, should the augmented reality not fulfill the 30 million as anticipated, that we would find that revenue through other sources. Thank
Got
you,
it.
Madam Chair.
Alderman Vasquez.
Yes, I apologize for the point of information to the point of information. We're being told that these are conservative estimates. We would like the data to show that. And we need clarity there. I guess we're kind of through the chair, so I apologize if I'm overextending.
I can answer that, Chairwoman. Many of the estimates that we've provided here, for instance, through the Chicago Financial Futures interim report, that was released in August of 2025. Every alderman had ample opportunity to look at that. And the conservative or the high-end estimates are in each one of those. But we also have it in the EY report, which I know the administration held back for several months on that, not providing it. Once we got it, we went through, I think you were at the EY meeting. That's where we're really making sure that our projections are conservatively based. We're not trying to overstate them. We're giving the administration every opportunity, ample opportunity to go out there and say, we can do an RFP. I think you've been talking about advertising for 6 years. You know, sometimes it doesn't go through, sometimes it does, but the opportunity is there and it's been available for several months.
All right, we'll come back to you for round 2. You've been going like 5 minutes. All right. One last question. Go ahead.
So in terms of the advertisements, do you have a design layout for how some of these advertisements would look on our bridge towers and our light poles and our
No,
city
that
vehicles?
is that would be the responsibility of the administration
Well, I think
in the RFP process.
Thank you. I think it's a horrible use of privatization and commodification of public space.
Thank
And I think
you.
it's a continuation of failed neoliberal policies that brought us into this fiscal mismanagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Madam Chair, I
Would
can-
like for, you want to respond to that, Alderman Wagisback?
No.
No, right. Alderman Nugent, would you want to explain the PPLT?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I did just want to mention one thing. There was Alderman Lee, with all respect, we're just slightly off on the explanation of PPLT. Under the newest version, it doesn't automatically revert to 11% for the next year. Instead, it cannot be increased before January 1st, 2028. I just want to make sure we're very clear on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a point here. On October the 16th, the budget proposal was put before us. We've seen several iterations of this. One's been voted down. The group that's worked on this has spent hundreds of hours bringing in the majority of the city council to talk about this. We relied on the advice and counsel of budgetary experts. We put this together. Many people adding contributions. We brought it forth today. We're getting questions and accusations from people. Where's the other side's proposal? The other side's proposal that's been in the works for a year. This is our proposal. There is no other proposal, which would be the most.
Alderman O'Shea, do you have a question?
Just a comment. Thank you so much for your presentation, Alderman Wagasback, Alderman Lee. Thank you for your leadership.
Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to commend my colleagues for all of their hard work on this, for, bringing different people together. Thank you all for definitely removing the garbage fee. And although I still don't agree with the bag tax, like I said, nothing is perfect. But yes, a lot of people are talking, but it's different when you have the whole packet and you can start looking and you can ask questions. You could talk also respectfully to the administration. That's what I prefer to do in terms of dotting I's and crossing T's. Not to say somebody wouldn't support this, but if the administration, which they've done in the past, brought something and said, vote on it, I never did if I wasn't comfortable with it. And until I do my due diligence, that's where I'm at now. I'm grateful for this presentation, but it's nothing that I can vote on today because I have to do my due diligence, and that's all. It could be perfect, could be something I could support, but I have to do my due diligence. And with that, let me start by asking these questions, because I did have some conversations with some quote unquote, the millionaires and people and they talked about increasing the PPL tax. So what's the difference? Because I'm missing something in terms of what the projections were for what the mayor and them did on this from, I guess I'm confused, on the 11% to 15%. So the 15% is still the same. And then the incremental estimate was 416 million versus, I think it was a smaller amount. What was that dollar amount?
The difference between what was originally introduced in the mayor's original revenue ordinance, which was 14%, was a lower number, and then it was raised to 15 subsequently, but it was never reintroduced as a substitute. The mayor's office went to 15%, and we're agreeing with them on the 15%. That's just the delta for raising it from 14 to 15. I don't have that number right in front of me.
So the mayor and them saying they're bringing in 416 million, and you're saying that what you're saying would, I was just confused. I forgot what page I'm on in terms of that. But get to that. What page is that again? Because I haven't lost it. Because there was a smaller amount. So are we bringing in 416 million?
It will.
Because both of them are 15%. Let's be clear about that. Both are 15%.
Both of them are the same. What we did in the version that we introduced was building off of the mayor's original revenue ordinance as a base. So we've added.
Can you go to that page? So
Sorry, yes. Hold on one second, Alderman, we'll look the details.
So for me, it's not a trick question. I'm just saying if both are 15%,
They're 15%.
why is the mayor saying and I could be reading something wrong, so that's what I'm saying. I need to know that we're getting in 416 million, and here we're saying we're doing 82 million, so I'm lost.
It's the 82 million is the difference between 14 and 15%, the incremental difference of the 1% going from 14 to 15. The original proposal, and again, we're building off of what the original plan was. the mayor's original plan.
Okay.
We didn't touch this. There's the short end of the long story.
And
The
we're still
difference-
bringing in 416 million.
That is correct. An additional 416 million.
All right. Let me,
Point of clarification, Alderman Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. I had the same, I needed the same calculation to be stated for me, so I'm gonna want you guys to verify this. Fiscal year 2025 budget at 11% projected revenue at 818,125,487. Fiscal year 2026 proposed as of 10/16 at 14%, with revenue projection was 1.1 billion, 1.152139380. And that would have been a difference of 334,013,893. Am I going too fast? Because David had the same, and I needed to have it laid out too, as a former auditor. So for fiscal year 2026, as of 11/17, at 15%, the projection was 1,234,435,050, which that change would have been from projections in 2025 of 416,309,563.
I'm trying to put my hands on a document where I can go
Okay.
back and just point all this out. That 82 million is the difference between.
I know.
Is the 1%.
Which is 334,013,893 minus 416,309,563.
Reverse, yeah.
Yes, the reverse. That's where the 82 million
Yeah.
is coming from.
Thank you, Alderman Mitchell.
Did you get that, David?
no, I'll get
Alderman-
with, I'll get with, I don't have to discuss here. I get with Alderman Mitchell afterwards. And so the other part is that PPLT, because I was out there advocating for it. And I heard somebody say, well, the reason why they're, and I hadn't verified this, so I want to bring it up. They said the reason why your businesses or your millionaires are telling you to increase PPLT because they can pass that down to the consumer. Can that be done? And if so, what projected portion, if any, can be passed down to the consumer? Or are the businesses absorbing this whole thing? So I want the story to be real. If it is, if they're picking up 84% because of PPLT, fine. But can any of that be passed down to the consumers? And what's the projected that's going to be passed down to the
I'm going to
consumers if we talk
an
about?
answer here, and Alderman Wagasback can chime in. Alderman Moore, I think at any point, a business can make a decision to pass along any additional costs onto customers at the end of the day. I don't think that we projected out how much we think will be passed along to customers, but the reality is that this is a tax that hits a lot of different organizations, companies, and individuals. If you are a consultant and you work by yourself at home and you've got a subscription to a customer relationship management service like Salesforce, and you're paying a monthly subscription fee for yourself and another partner employee, you're seeing over the course of 2 years, and it will be, and we've got this in our proposal at 15%. That's a 67% increase over 2 years.
I get it,
Yeah.
but I just want to be clear, so when I'm talking to my constituents, when we talk about individuals only doing 16%, that could actually go up, correct? Based on the pass that down, correct?
It is capped at 15% through the end of 2027.
I get that
Yeah.
part. I'm just saying, when we're presenting something like this, it's not a debate, it's not a got you thing. It's, I just want to be clear, because there's maybe something I can get behind, but I got to be able to talk. So when we're saying business is covering 84%, that actually
They're
could
being-
be lower.
They're the ones that are getting hit with the charge up front. We are not
They
going
could
down.
pass, but they could
Sure.
pass it down. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to
As,
be
as,
clear on that.
as is as every tax can be.
Yep.
Gonna do a 5-minute timer on the
Okay.
first round of questions. I think Alderman Moore, would you like a round two?
Yeah, I will, and I'll get my stuff more in order. Thank you,
Thank you.
Chairman.
Alderman Scott.
Chair, Wagasback, Lee, I just want to say thank you for your hard work on this. But I want a question answered for me. I just want to make sure that this alternative budget that we just presented today does not include any property taxes.
No, I think, as I mentioned at the beginning, no property tax hike at all from this alternative budget that we've presented today. No garbage, no grocery, no property tax hike. And again, we're essentially working with less than 2% of the entire $16 billion budget, in part because that's what we could get our hands on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start asking about efficiencies. Can somebody answer where are these cuts are going to be made? What are we cutting? What are the services? And have any of you talked to any heads of departments to see how this is going to impact our services?
You're referring to the EY efficiencies?
Yes, those.
Well, we had a pretty lengthy hearing here in the city council on that. I think a lot of questions were asked about what efficiencies could be put into place in the short term, midterm, and long term. The administration took a small percentage of those. And in reality, what it depends on is how much effort each department would put into crafting a plan to get those efficiencies. And I think what we heard.
I'm sorry, you're saying that this is incumbent upon the departments to make an effort? Is that what you said, that the departments need to make an effort?
Yeah,
Departments that are down to the bone need to make an effort? Departments that have underfunded programs, things that are life or death? In the
The
public
EY report
department,
doesn't
for example?
touch any of those, Chairman.
I just need to understand, like, how can we tell the departments that are already down to the bone that they need to put more effort? How does that work? I'm really confused.
Well, because these EY efficiencies, they do talk about efficiencies in terms of how they manage staff, but it also talks about things that they could implement to actually provide more revenue to the budget. And it's a mixture of those things.
Examples of those? What is it that we're doing? Because I am not familiar with any ideas of how do we cut services and we create revenue in these departments that are down to the bone, that I am struggling so much to get a lot of these programs to make sure that they are taking care of people.
1 second.
Like, I don't understand where are those efficiencies and what are we cutting?
I can
Alderman-
answer that, Chairman.
I don't.
I
think
can
you
answer
did,
that too, but go
Chair.
ahead, Alderman.
I don't think that
Waxman.
the question was answered.
So the EY report was actually created by the administration, just like the Chicago Financial Futures Task Force. We hired EY and paid them over $3 million to come up with this report.
And their
So the
recommendations.
report actually is outlined by the departments who participated in the actual report. So 22 departments and offices within the executive side participated in it. And that's where we gleaned this from. So this wasn't something that we made up. This came directly from the EY report that we all
Those
heard.
recommendations, correct?
Yeah, they're all the
Those are
recommendations.
But we know, like any of us in this council that have issues in our ward with social services, with city service delivery, we know that we are down to the bone because it is really hard for us to get services. So I am asking again, what is it that we are putting on the chopping block for efficiencies? Or are we saying that the administration is going to have to figure out what to cut? Is that what we're saying?
Point of information, Alderman Beal.
Madam Chairman, let me just, help my colleague out a little bit. What we do in this body is we vote on the budget, and that budget goes to those departments, and those departments have to figure out how to best make their department. I'm talking, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez, we got you. Are you through? with
Yeah,
that
no,
comment?
I'm not. And I just want to state that, just like when the administration goes.
Excuse me, You had a
This is
point
clar-
of
this is point of- this is a
clarification.
point of clarification, is that when we pass a budget, if the administration tells their department heads
Oh.
to go and cut their budgets by 3%, that is
Thank
not for us to dictate
Thank you.
how they cut their
Bill.
3%.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. Alderman Sanchez, go ahead with your other questions, please.
Well, I haven't gotten an answer to this question, but I'm going to move on because I have other questions. Was there any studies, any research, anything that was any evidence that was gathered in order to understand the impact of advertising everywhere in the city? Because I have done some research, and advertisement in public spaces has started to be banned in many cities because of the consequences that it has for public health and for environmental health. So I feel like here in City Council, we govern on vibes a lot. A lot of people just bring policies that they haven't researched, and they can't talk about the impact that it has. And we have had several examples of that recently. So I want to know, when you all thought about 29 million in advertisement that is going to be everywhere, I just find
No, it's not going to be
everywhere.
everywhere, Alderman Sanchez.
And
We
can you
looked
give
at,
information about what are the impacts.
what other cities have done. We've looked at advertising across cities in the United States. We looked at doing it as a pilot because we knew that we could not roll out a blanket policy for the entire city of Chicago. That's why it's identified as 2 pilot projects.
Chairman, respectfully, that's not my question. My question
You
is,
asked
where
about the impact.
the impact in public health and environmental health. That is my question. Was there any thought put into what are the consequences of having advertisement in
Well,
all of these places, and understanding the health inequalities that come with it?
Answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Can you talk about it, please?
Yes, Chairman, in brief, looking at those other cities, they have in place aesthetic types of plans. And I would go back to a couple questions that have already been asked similarly to this. When we look at the Riverwalk has different aspects of RFP work that's been done, and everything has to be aesthetically pleasing on the Riverwalk. And so that same type of effort that's been put in by this administration and prior administrations would go into any advertising.
I'm talking about aesthetics. I'm talking about public health, environmental health. That's what I'm
I mean, you
talking
just
about.
have
And
to read the RFPs.
there's so many studies that talk about how harmful this is for public health. So I would love it if you all could do some research and do some evidence-based policy, because we are not used to that here.
The only other place that I would reference is the research that was done by this budget, our budget committee here for the subcommittee on city revenues. I can't recall the exact date that was, but several months ago, July. It was discussed in that.
Thank you, Alderman Sanchez. Alderman Hopkins, point of information, or am I adding you to the list?
Comment. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an opinion that services have been cut to the bone. I don't dispute anyone's right to have that opinion, but I want to state 2 facts that I think disprove that opinion. The first is that payroll spending is up $1 billion with a B since the last budget prior to the pandemic, 2019. $1 billion more than the last pre-pandemic budget. And operational costs are up 40% during that same period of time. We are spending 40% more last year in 2025 than we did in the last budget before the pandemic. Those 2 facts, I believe, suggest that the opinion that we've cut to the bone is not valid. And we can do more. We must do more in terms of cuts and efficiencies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes. And thank you, Alderman Hopkins, for that. Forgive me for pointing you out. My apologies. And our head count's down several thousand during that same period of time. So I wanted to start with that. But I actually want to commend you, Alderwoman Lee and Alder Wagasback. I see you two, and Alderman Dow and the group here as thought leaders here. And I appreciate the efforts you've made an alternative budget. However, I do have some questions that I think deserve answers, right? And I think that's fair. I do think the comment earlier from the budget director around revenue assumptions being shared, I've heard from you both that there was a spectrum of revenue assumptions that you made, that you had in front of you, and you chose the most conservative estimates. Can you share those assumptions?
Sure. Let me look at a couple of them there.
That you did.
So again, looking at the EY efficiency report, that's primarily where I got everything, and ran that back against the Chicago Financial Futures Task Force. So we paid for both of those, or we organized both of those reports, and therefore we all have to assume that those are legitimate reports that not only our report or our alternate budget works off of, but the administration does as well. So the ones that I mentioned at the beginning, going through the organizational analysis work stream, looking at the EY report, there are essentially outlines throughout this report, and I think there's hundreds of them that we essentially took, not all of them, but the ones that we outlined here, and took the most conservative number so that we weren't overinflating or trying to inflate that number to say, hey, our numbers look better than they actually are.
You don't necessarily maybe have a database with the most conservative estimates with other estimates on each of these line items here.
It's in the EY report.
So it's
and the CFFT.
it's built in the EY report is what you're saying.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
use both the EY report and the task force report as reference material, if you will. And we can
Give
go
me
back.
5 minutes, Madam Chair. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
so
do my best here to.
which one do you want to?
It's okay. Well, two lines. We'll follow up. So
Okay.
two other lines on the business tax and video gaming. I think Alderman Beal was the one that presented on that. My understanding is you're proposing, or you're saying there's going to be $10 million of revenues plus, but 4 million of that is going to a fine to Bally's. Is that right?
That's correct. Do you want to,
And
Alderman?
so
Beal?
here's
Okay,
the
sorry.
questions. How certain are we that we have to pay that $4 million fine? And how certain are we about the revenues that come on top of that?
Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And to my colleague, first of all, the projections are extremely conservative. After talking with the industry, can I finish? Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. The industry in the first year are saying that we could potentially make between 20 and 30 million the first year alone. And so we took the conservative approach to just put in this budget the price of licensing the machines, not revenue. So there's no revenue in the 6.8 projection. And so we're confident that once these machines come online, on top of the licensing, once people start using the machine, that's going to be revenue that is not even being accounted for in this budget. And so we will have added to that at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Not certain. I hear you. And then on the fines, forfeitures, and penalties, well, you said confident. I don't know. I'm just going with that. So on the fine, I'm really worried about these. We have a very high number here on the fines, forfeitures. I hear you saying there's about $1 billion out there. So you're taking about 10% in revenues. So of those revenues, are there guardrails on, forgive me, is that an internal effort or is that going to be an external RFP effort?
That would be an internal effort, and go ahead with your second part of that.
No. So this is an internal effort it's an official, how do we get to that 98 million? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, we could contract that out to make collections, as we already do.
Yes.
I don't know if a lot of aldermen know, but we have at least 7 firms that do debt collection. That has to be modernized. It has to be adjusted. And I think one of the things that we've also considered here is how we approach that in terms of equity. So
I don't have much time, Alderman, but thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
You understand that, right? I'd like to ask our Comptroller Belsky to opine on that matter.
Sure. Thank you, Alderman. The mayor's budget, as you know, we put forward several proposals to improve collections, period, just on any sort of ticketing. But the sale of debt's been talked about for years. We've had newspaper articles. There's a recent article about 150 selling 150 million. We have multiple billions outstanding since 2001. The sale of these sorts of assets has never been done, and it's for a good reason, and that is, one, if you kind of take a scale of investment, if someone buys a bond of the city of Chicago, they have a lien, there's a property tax, unlimited as to rate or amount that goes to the property, and it's collected. When you buy a revenue bond, there's a rate covenant that says you have to generate enough revenue from the water system to be able to pay that debt. Okay, so what people look for when they buy assets is security. And there's something called a perfected lien. I'm not a lawyer, but you need to be able to attach something that you can go after. Traffic tickets, red light, speed, administrative hearing. These are all the levers that are there to collect that. Many of them have gone away. The state took away the loss of driving privileges. We don't shut water off. And these are for, these have happened over the years because there's an understanding of the social impact that can have on people. So we've put into place a lot of relief programs. An investor is not going to just buy assets based on the hope that this history of billions of dollars of uncollected debt all of a sudden becomes collectible.
And just for the, I think we got an answer. Go ahead.
And one of the other thing I would say is that I would not rely on $89 million in this budget. This has never been done by any city. We are definitely doing a more data-driven approach to collections by, zip code, ability to pay. It's never been done, and I would say that even if we could do it, what you're doing is relying on a one shot. That's exactly what the rating agencies are criticizing.
And I'd say to just the organizers that I have concern about this shared impact on this effort and the communities that we pay on this and the harassment that happens on this. I think this needs a lot more conversation, in my humble opinion. This particular thing is really interesting to me. I'm happy to talk to you guys about it if you invite me to the table.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the question, if I may, Chairman.
Yes.
We share the same concerns. We don't want people being harassed on the phone, right? So I think that not for today's conversation, but around the management ordinance is the opportunity to create the guardrails around this. We're putting in a placeholder, which represents basically 9 cents on the dollar.
Alderman Rodriguez, I wanted to have Mary Wagner, who's from the Chicago Financial Futures Task Force, weigh in on your question regarding EY efficiencies. Okay. Mary?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Mary Wagner. I am the Senior Director of State and Local Finance at the Civic Committee. I've been assisting this group of aldermen with analytical support on their efforts. Just to kind of reiterate what Alderman Wagasback was talking about earlier with respect to the EY efficiencies. So these come directly from their report that was released mid-October. And in terms of using the most conservative estimates, they often provide a range of estimates. So for example, on vacant positions, they estimate a short-term revenue impact of 2 to 10 million. So this plan uses $2 million instead of the 10. So another example is accelerated disposition when it comes to fleet management. Their short-term estimate is 4.4 million to 6.4 million. However, the budget that the mayor proposed already includes $3 million of that. So we take the low estimate, 4.4, minus the 3 million that's already included. So an incremental 1.4. So that's kind of just a very high level explanation, but wherever EY provided a range of numbers, we chose the low one.
And my question was, do you have a database on that in each of these? And Alderman Wagasback said it's baked into EY, so we'll just have to sift through all that essentially, is what you're saying. I was just curious if you guys had a database you're working off of, because I assume that, given you were saying you were looking at a conservative estimate and other estimates, that you have, you know, a clear database that you can share with all of us on maybe
We do
low
not
and
have a
high end.
database. We have what is in the public report. Yes.
It's just directly from the reports. Yeah, both reports and other information from both the subcommittee and other, just a compilation of all that data.
I mean, I've looked at that report. That's gonna be tough. Okay, I'll
Just
leave it
read
at
the
that.
report.
Yeah, I read the report.
Okay.
And I think my issue is
More.
this dynamic between you're saying you guys analyze the various. I'll just leave it there. I think we understand our difference here. I'll leave it there. And just the last thing, Madam Chair, maybe it's for round two, is just I just wanted to hear what we're assuming the budget for enhanced debt collection for the mayor's budget. I just want to know what the difference was, because it's not at the top of my tongue. Now we're round two.
I have you, Alderman Vasquez. Do you know the?
Was that a question to me? The question is, how much have we already assumed in the budget? So we have assumed in the budget for DOF already above what's in the 2025 budget for enhanced debt collection and enforcement, just in DOF, of about $118 million over 2025. So this would be an additional around $90 million for that.
Alderman Vasquez, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One, because I appreciate my colleague, Alderman Rodriguez's question about the assumptions and data and how it came to numbers and what conservative or not. Just for clarity, independent of whatever you presented or whatever the administration presented, they never gave us the data. So the E&Y information, which we were asking even when the original proposal was presented, we never got. So we haven't gotten the data from one or the other. To Alderman Wagasback's point, it's being based off of a document the administration had done and created, and they never gave us the data to begin with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman Villegas. Alderman Villegas. Keep going. Alderman Hall. Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you, Chair. First, I really want to extend, does my back on?
LaSpada.
Okay. I really want to extend my gratitude to Alderwoman Lee, Alderman Wagasback, and others for their leadership on this, because I feel like it's been collaborative and iterative and the things that we're supposed to be doing as a body. So I want to take a moment to appreciate that. I want to ask about a couple items in here. I want to go back to the piece around debt, because it is a substantial percentage of what's being proposed. And my understanding is the concept behind this is that we would sell existing outstanding debt to collection agencies. And we had talked about this in terms of potentially commercial and industrial debt. What I wanted to understand, because I was a bit confused by Comptroller Belsky's remarks, is it that the city cannot do this, or the city hasn't done this in the past? And what would be the pathway for doing what's proposed?
Comptroller Belsky.
Yeah, so my point is that it's never been done by a city before, and I think the major reason is that it's not a reliable security source if someone's going to buy it. We already know that we have billions of dollars in uncollected debt, and you have a bunch of issues around it. One is, if someone buys it, are they going to be responsible for the collection? And then you might have an issue where you have residents being, called up by these firms that own these assets, and it could be heavy-handed, and it'll come back to the city because it is the city's debt. So that's an additional problem. But again, to rely on this as a revenue source for a budget as a one-time thing, and then maybe even expecting that it's going to be a continuing source, for me, if you're asking me to implement this, I have a problem with that because, again, I can't assure you that that sort of money would come in. And you know what? If we could do this, I certainly wouldn't sell it for 9 cents on the dollar. If there's $1 billion in debt outstanding and it was possible to securitize, which you're suggesting, I certainly wouldn't sell it for 9 cents on the dollar. But this is not the type of thing, when I was at a rating agency, again, this is a one shot, and this is a speculative one shot. So again, I would encourage you to look for alternatives. As I said, we have put together a pretty robust plan that brings in $118 million with adding PEAs, expanding smart streets. If I could, just through our own efforts, increase collections by 92 million, that'll be great. But we are putting in an effort, and we've estimated 118 million. If it comes in 90 million over that, great, but I won't budget on that.
Thank you. Alderman.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Point of information? Alderman Conway, Vice Chair.
Thank you. One thing I would say is I have great respect for Comptroller Belsky, but I would say we would be far from the first municipality to sell our accounts receivable. I mean, earlier this year, New York City did it for water charges and sewer charges and property-related charges. Baltimore, I think, does it like every year. Philadelphia has sold off its accounts receivable first. So we would hardly be the first municipality to do something such as that.
I mean, my response to that is that there is, those are perfected liens. Those are, those sorts of debts are where you go after you're able to lien the property. So you have a security there behind the investment. Tax liens, property tax liens are sold by cities all the time. What we're talking about are traffic tickets. We don't take away driving privileges. We can't seize vehicles.
Thank you,
So
Controller Belsky. You had said that previously, so didn't want to repeat that. Alderman Laspada.
Here's where I'm going, can someone who was a part of the team putting this together, it does not have to be right now, provide examples of other municipalities that have done what is being proposed in this budget, namely the selling of debt as an asset. That's what I was trying to get at and understand. So my second question was going to back to the EY component of this. Can we go back to that slide? So there's part of this is related to closing select vacant positions. And I know that these are examples. We talked about this yesterday. Would this require going back to the appropriations ordinance to identify additional vacancies to cut?
Alderman Laspada, we're going to have Mary Wagner answer that question for you. Mary, could you repeat the question? Did you hear the question?
No. Actually, can you repeat the question?
Certainly. So when we're looking at the target is based on
Keep going.
efficiencies identified in the EY report, including closing select vacant positions. My question is, does this imagine going back to the budget? Does this imagine going back to the appropriations ordinance to identify potential additional vacancies to be cut heading into 2026?
Mary do that. Okay. Um, Alderman, I think this came out of the, I believe what you're referring to is out of the analysis work stream or the organizational. What we were looking at was there was a span of $2 to $10 million for vacant positions that would not affect the day-to-day operations. And that's why, to be safe there, we also used the lower end estimate of $2 million out of the 10.
Okay, I appreciate it. Chair, could I make one more comment
Yes,
and then
go ahead.
resolve it? So at once, I appreciate the effort, and I know that the clock is running down, and we have votes that need to be taken in short order. And I respect if the preference of colleagues is to vote today. I would ask for consideration if when we've, not to cut the meeting short prematurely, but when we've completed our other items, if it is at all possible to recess to either Wednesday or Thursday so that people could review these matters, I'd appreciate that, because it was called out by my colleagues that we don't ever like it when we're asked to vote on a substitute that's been put directly in front of us. I agree with that, whether it's coming from colleagues or from the administration. If there's any way for us to vote on these even tomorrow so that we can fully digest this, I put that forward.
Thank you, Alderman. Take that under advisement. Alderman Hall.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Chair, you don't give me that look like, don't skip me.
No. Well, first thing, thank you so much for the work that you all put in. Seriously, it shows the passion, commitment that you all have for the city. My first question is going back to VGT, which again, I support, piece of ordinance to remove those illegal machines. My question is, everything has to start down the gaming board as it pertains to the applicants. And there's a 6 to 12 month backlog for those who are applying for outside of Chicago for these VGT licenses. So is there an arrangement that we've made to expedite those who are going to apply in Chicago with this ordinance? Because if it's going according to what they have sent to us in the memo when looking into this, then how will we be able to get all of these licenses, potential licenses online? Is there a pathway for applicants to be expedited?
Alderman Beal.
Madam Chairman. First of all, there's not a 6 to 8 month backlog right now. It's a 6 to 8 month period in which licenses come online and get approved. So that's not the backlog. And so right now the state is approving between 300 and 400 licenses per month. And all of that was taken into this equation and why we came up with a conservative number of 6.8 million.
Alderman Hall, by the way, I wanted to ask you to take down off of your Facebook page that the proposal you got 15 minutes ago raises property taxes. That's not true.
Well, I appreciate your opinion. So the second question that I have is the EY approach to the efficiencies, which is very laid out. How much in the efficiency recommendations include jobs to be either closed or cut? Or are there any? I don't know.
I think you would have to read the whole report. Some of those are looking at, instead of police doing jobs, that would transfer over to traffic management authority, filling different types of vacancies. But overall, I think in the report, there are, they refer to non-critical vacancies, like anything that doesn't pose a direct risk to immediate business operations in the city. I mean, that's all kind of laid out in the EY report, but we don't have anything here that would affect any critical operations at all in our alternate budget for the city.
Okay, and in addition to, I think it's right behind you, you said the 16% for the new revenue would be specifically consumer, 84% majority. Have we did any math to show what that 16% looks like as pertains to the day-to-day costs added to the residents? And the reason why I mentioned the property tax increase earlier, as it's written on my page, is because we're paying for the libraries through property taxes. being added on to the property tax bill. So that's the reason why I mentioned.
That hasn't come before us. It's not part of
Right.
this.
I don't need to talk about what's going on in here to put on my page. So at the end of the day, if I want to talk about something that happened at 10 about property taxes increase, then that's my right. So the point I want to make is back to this question is the 14% that is going to be added to the day-to-day residents and things of that nature. Has that been quantified as it pertains to an amount per resident? For example, with the property tax bill, having the libraries, it equates to $4 or some change in depending on what have you. So does this equate to per type of,
To be clear,
yeah.
nothing in the revenue ordinance that is on the table right now and being discussed currently in this conversation includes any sort of property tax.
No, clear, right.
I want to make it perfectly clear because you keep bringing it up. Now, what we have here in this breakdown is for every dollar of new revenue, 84 cents of that is being borne by business and 16% by individuals. We did not do a calculation that includes what you're asking for.
Gotcha. Okay, that's all I wanted to reference. And again, thank you all so much for the work. And again, appreciate it. Thank you.
Chris, I don't know if you were referring to we did put money back in for library collections that was originally cut out of the mayor's budget. So yes, that is, but that's not a levy. That is money for the collection.
I was talking about something completely different.
Okay.
Everybody just thought I was talking about here, but that was completely.
Thank you, Alderman Hall. Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Alderman Wagasback and Alderman Lee. I just had a couple of questions. So with the budget that was introduced by the mayor in October, what percentage of this are we changing or discussing during this meeting right now?
1.6%.
So we're talking about amending a $16.6 billion budget, which accounts for 1.6% of the total overall proposal. Let me mention that again. Proposal. The administration puts forward a proposal. The city council in turn takes a look at it, can either go with it or put forward amendments, which this body has, what the finance committee has chosen to do. I have a question around, and this is not so much for my colleagues, Lee and Wagasback, more for the administration. I know that in the budget, there is a mention of a smart tax, social media tax, which is one of its first of its kind in the city. I think mirrored around what's occurring in Maryland. And I wanted to know if the budget includes two things. Do they include outside counsel that we have to pay to defend the lawsuit that's coming from the internet companies? Also, three things, I'm sorry. So outside counsel, we have to pay to defend a lawsuit. The settlement, once we lose the lawsuit, and then also the attorney costs that are going to be associated with every internet company that is successful in winning this lawsuit. Which I would mind you, I would say that it's projected that outside counsel would cost us $2 to $3 million on our side. And so if you did some easy math and took a look at all the other tech companies, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Meta, Google, that potentially that would be anywhere between $1 to $3 million in outside legal fees as well, plus the settlement. So has that been baked into this budget? Since we're talking about the uncertain, especially when an administration has said, we know we're going to be sued, but that's okay?
Director Guzman?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. We have baked that into the budget. As we've noted, one, the Department of Law has increased their staff. So in this budget, there's 12 additional attorneys within the Department of Law, which actually does allow us to decrease the outside counsel spend that is in their budget as well. As you know, you've been in these meetings with me and the Department of Law. They're very conservative in their approach to tax policy because the fact that the city gets sued, even if we have a great case, we'll get sued anyway. Even if we know that we're going to win, we'll get sued. And so what we have done is we have not put any expenditures against this revenue source in the course of 2026 when we know that the litigation will play out. That is a very conservative approach, which is different than what's been done in the past. The city has implemented tax policy and that was controversial, and also at the same time put expenditures against it. We didn't do that this time. The tax is not the same as the one that you mentioned in Maryland. It's different. And based on how it is structured, we believe, again, from a very conservative Department of Law, that we have a very winnable and defendable case.
So the question is, we haven't budgeted any money for any type of outside counsel. You said, no, strike that. Any type of settlement or any type of legal fees that potentially we would have to pay once we lose this lawsuit.
I did answer your question. One, I mentioned that the Department of Law has increased their staff by 12 attorneys.
Not all 12 are focused on this issue. So that's,
Part of those are in the litigation division, yes.
and then some of them are also going to be used for collections. Am I correct?
That's a different division. My point is that we
But
have.
that's part of the 12 attorneys though.
My point is we have accounted for what you are naming by increasing the staff within the Department of Law. We have also not put any expenditures against this revenue in the event that it would have to be returned, which is a different practice than the city has done in the past. And we have taken a very conservative look and approach to the tax policy and the tax that we're implementing based on our authority and the authority under both state law, city law, and the federal law. We believe that this is a winnable case. We believe that the Department of Law has everything that they need in order to support the city's defense.
Well, I would say that anytime someone brings a lawsuit, they assume they're going to win. So again, that's just an assumption. That'll be for the court to determine whether or not we're successful. Given the track record that's occurring in Maryland around the digital ads and also Washington, D.C. taking a look at putting some regulations around social media, I would caution that the city would take this effort to try to create revenue on an industry that is protected under the First Amendment around freedom of speech and put us in a position to ultimately have to pay out with settlements as well as pay out for potential legal fees to these billion-dollar corporations that's always stated in this council. Madam Chair, I'd like a round two.
Thank you, Alderman Villegas.
And
Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Madam Chair, I think a lot of the conversation of the information has come from the EY report. So I want to first get clear the date that the report was published, because I think it's important that we start with that. Can I get a response on when this EY report was published for the record?
October 16th.
October 15?
16th.
Okay, October 16th. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at the facts, because if we cannot get dates right, I will certainly think that these projections should be subject to scrutiny. My question around these efficiencies go around what you're proposing to cut. Have you have any conversations? Had these proposed cuts have been reported out to the budget office or anybody that can look into this? Yes or no?
Is that a question for me?
First for the panelists, and then you can corroborate.
Did we communicate on the Ernst & Young report with the administration?
No, do your $46.6 million cut, had those cuts been transferred, had that information or what you intend to cut being transferred to the budget office?
Well, first of all, they're not cuts, but yes, we've had conversations with the administration.
Conversations, or have you transmitted the detail?
We actually have sent a letter to the administration detailing a lot of what we wanted to see in the EY report.
Wait a second. We're talking about not a letter. I'm talking about have you communicated what those efficiencies in this proposal look like to the budget office?
Yeah.
So
Yes,
yes.
efficiencies.
Okay.
Yes, they're not cuts, Alderman. They're efficiencies.
Well,
And
I'm using what
point out-
are you saying here in the alternative? Well,
Let me point out one other thing. Even though they just said it was October, we asked for that report back in June, on June 3rd, with many aldermen signing on to the letter asking for that report to be made
but
public.
I'm not-
and it
I'm not-
wasn't.
I would.
And we had to wait till October.
Look, there's only one date when we're made public. There's not two dates, there's one. And that I think we can verify.
No, there's
And
what we have
let me-
access to and what we don't.
Let me go back to my line of questioning. So when we're looking at what you propose in here, you mentioned a number of budgetary experts, some of the members of City Council. Can you give me what are those experts? Who are you being consulted? I just don't see a single source in your presentation. There's not a single actual source in that presentation. Can you give me that?
Ernst & Young.
Okay.
I'm
So,
sorry,
and
it was a $3 million
Well,
report that
okay.
was commissioned by the city.
I appreciate the humor.
The city's own report.
I appreciate.
Edwin and I
humor, but this
refer
is-
to that.
It's very different to the EY report, right? You have a proposal on the table. We're looking at. I appreciate the humor, but I do think it's important that we go through the details. Because one of the things that I'm concerned about, I think that the proposal includes, and that's some members of the Progressive Caucus have said, cutting 311 service hours and replacing them from the 24/7 to using chatbots. Is that correct?
What-
Are using,
What
are you,
referring
is
to?
part of your proposal reducing 311 service hours?
Okay.
I'm looking into your, what
It
you
was in
propose.
it was in the EY report. It was considered.
But is it in yours or not?
We have not made recommendations, but we're not being prescriptive about this. What you see.
We
is-
gave the
Okay.
administration a menu of things that they could, no, I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question. We gave the administration a menu of things that they can work on, that they can choose from. That's one element.
Okay, so I see that, we don't have a lot of details. That's a concern to me. What are the projections, right? In terms of the projections that you have in your own budget, right, in your own proposal. Some of those projections to me are super inflated in terms of, and I'm gonna focus on the fines and fees, because I think I don't have a lot of time, I'm gonna have around two. But you're proposing to balance the budget, right? I want this rationale. You're proposing to get off the corporate head tax. And I want to hear what is your evidence of why that should be removed from your alternative. You are really balancing on fines and fees. More of those have come from today. I hope that even the people here in the room, you're talking about automobile fees, you're talking about the city including more fines and fees for vehicles, pounding and all that. So you were talking about the EY report, by the way, consider cuts or in your efficiencies for fine and fees, no more than $74 million. 20 to $74 million if you read the report. What you have here is balancing the budget with fines and fees and taking the corporate head tax. I want to hear your rationale to do that. And also, if your report includes projections, because every report has to include inflation, recession, and other factors in the economy when you produce that. So you're proposing $92 million, way beyond what EY report even considered. So I want to hear, what is your rationale to move the corporate head tax and impose more fines and fees on Chicagoans? I want to hear your rationale.
Well, first of all, going back to this, again, we paid for the EY report. We also had the Chicago Financial Futures Task Force. That was Jim Reynolds. So that's where we're getting a lot of that information from. That is something that this administration convened to go find these types of revenues. So it's not just coming from us. The origin is from the administration. Now, if you want to talk about what is balanced or what is not, we could go into that. Every budget has projections, just like this budget that the mayor proposed that was voted down. Every budget is a set of assumptions. And in part, what we are doing is trying to narrow it down as best we can using conservative numbers that came from the departments and the offices in this city who participated directly with EY in producing this report.
Point of information, Madam Chair, I think that a set of assumptions that we have are very different. And I think that city council members should.
They're very different.
Yes.
They're very
Those
different.
assumptions do matter. So I just want to correct for the record, your assumptions are very different, and I'm concerned about, you still cannot give me one single source, one single budgetary expert that work on this, one single one.
Well, we just had one of them speak from the Chicago Financial Futures Task Force.
What are the source of their data? I heard also a lot of concerns
Chicago
about that.
Financial Futures Task Force, the EY report, assumptions and data from this administration that where they went to the actual departments and the offices to get that information.
But again, the
Point
EY
of
report
information,
is what you
Alderman
proposed.
Vasquez.
Thank you. At the point of reiterating myself, we have been asking for the data from the administration since the beginning for the E&Y report. We never received it. So to then ask these folks who are going off of the same document that also never received it to provide the data that we never received, we asked for it multiple times, is a joke. We asked for it from the beginning. We actually had to force a hearing to get data and information. We did not get it from the administration. Those are the budgetary experts that we're asking about. Thank you.
Alderman, you want a round two. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Chairman. Alderman Wagasback, Alderman Lee. Seriously, I do appreciate you all going through the effort as well as the other 28 colleagues who have been trying to figure out creative ways to get this budget passed. There's some things on here that I'm really excited about. I didn't know if I was just new or if these ideas were ready quite yet. So I just want to get a little bit more clarity on how these structurally work, particularly with the advertising fees. We talk about the light pole ads as one of the possibilities. In the assumptions that you have presented, is this a full adoption? Can you talk through the mechanics? Is this projected to be citywide, and how quickly is the ramp up process here?
Yeah.
Give us 1 second. Shuffling papers around. Thank you. On the light pole advertising, this comes directly from the Chicago Financial Futures Task Force report. It assumes 1% of all light poles with 2 banners each. And this also further comes from the report that was shared with City Council back in July. I'll be happy to share that with you as well, but where the city also estimated projected revenues on that as well.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't here, so it would be great to get those documents.
Yeah, and I would just point out too that again in 2012, this was done. There was a task force or a committee that was put together similar to what we have with the Riverwalk. They look at the aesthetics, they look at the different aspects of how it would affect both the visuals of Chicago, but what those possible revenues could be. And I'm not saying that we used the 2012 numbers, but they were actually close to what this is. And that was, obviously several years ago. But again, we took the subcommittee on finance, we took the or the CCFT report and tried to build that in here, assuming that we're only talking about 1% of all light poles in the city, just on the light pole aspect.
And is there, when you say 1%, do we know how many light poles that is?
I think 1% citywide. Not exactly sure. Gil, I don't know, Chairman.
Don't have that.
I can
Alderman
keep going
Villegas,
because
I
I
think it
want
was
to
30.
utilize my time. We can get back to that answer.
We'll get that information to you.
So 250,000 poles.
It's 300,000
100,000.
poles.
So-
300,000 poles. So we assume 3,000.
So 3,000. Okay. So again, I'm just curious about the implementation. And the number that they projected, again, I haven't seen the report. I don't know if that's the stabilized number when it's at full effect. Have we projected some type of ramp up time in order to get the advertising revenues we need for that project?
Yeah. Well, when you talk to chambers of commerce, they also do RFPs, SSAs do RFPs. They get that stuff out within months, if not a year, but
There's
plenty of information there.
I just shared it with you, Alderman, so there's more detailed information directly from the city on advertising on light poles.
Point of information, Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the authors of this portion were very smart to include a pilot program, which allows the Office of Procurement, Department of Procurement Services to act quicker, because it's a pilot program, which in turn allows the city to find out what types of technologies are out there to fulfill this advertising goals.
Understood. There's still a ramp up period of time.
Point of information, Alderman Irvin. Oh, you're next, anyway.
Thank you. I know I have a limited amount of time, so I would please continue, like to ask questions. I've done some of this work and looking at that with some other colleagues from my ward in a pilot program. We see a 35% adoption rate in year one of what the maximum number could be. So I just want to put that into consideration when we talk about how much revenue we're able to generate, because even with the install time, the first year, it's going to take some time in order for the advertisers to collect the dollars that we're looking for, even if it's a flat rate fee or part of the percentage of revenue,
What was the percentage that you said? I'm sorry to.
35%
35%.
of the stabilized amount. So please take that into consideration. My next line of questioning is around VGTs, but I think the author is not in the room, so I guess I'll come back for second line of questioning. In terms of the debt collection, in my former life, I was a debt structured broker, so this is exciting topic for me, particularly with like how debt is structured. You know, we have first lien, second lien, secured loans. And so I'm curious to the finance team, when we're talking about this revenue package that they're presenting, how much of this revenue is leaned out to other debt products, if any at all? Can we just say if yes or no, if we have this revenue stream tied to securitized products for our current debt outstanding?
The revenues that the city of
Could you identify yourself, Ms. Jaworski, for
Yes,
the
Jill
court?
Jaworski, Chief Financial Officer. The revenues that the city has pledged to various debt instruments include our property tax, which is part of our general obligation pledge, our sales tax, which secures our sales tax securitization corporation bonds, the water revenues generated from our water system, sewer revenues generated from the sewer system, and the revenues generated by the operations of Midway and O'Hare, which support bonds issued for Midway and separately for O'Hare. We do not have other individual revenues pledged to debt. So the general obligation does contain also what we call full faith and credit, which means that we will use any resource available to pay those bonds, but we don't have other individually securitized revenue streams in that manner.
Understood. And so, my question is more so about what was offered in this package. What they're proposing that we sell off, or any of those revenue streams committed to debt currently?
No, the package, as we've been briefed on it here today, does not include any of those items.
Okay, so some of my concern or risk with that department is when you do sell off certain debt items or certain items or revenue streams, we're liable to the possibility of paying back certain debts earlier than we expected. So I know we're not committing any of the revenues that's in this package, which is good, but I know the team would have to then still consider what does this type of securitized product mean for our overall debt structure and possibly risk downgrades for other debt that's outstanding. So that's something to consider. I'll wait until Alderman Bill is back to ask my VGT questions.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Alderman Irvin, followed by Alderman Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions around vacancies, and this is to the budget director. What is the current count in the corporate fund that for vacancies? How much is actually, I'll call it unencumbered, related to vacancies?
When you account for the hiring freeze that we have already in the budget, as well as turnover, there's about $99 million of vacancies in the corporate fund.
How much, in your opinion, is left potentially in vacancies?
After you account for CPD, there's not very many. I can get you that specific number if before the meeting is over. But I do want to just note that in this budget proposal, we already have about $1 million in vacancy reductions.
Excuse me, Budget Director, do you have like a estimation to the Alderman's question?
Do I have an estimation?
To the Alderman's question regarding vacancies left and the value of them.
I mentioned after taking into account the hiring freeze and turnover that's already in the budget, it's about $99 million of corporate funded vacancies.
He asked what was left, taking away consideration for CPD, and you said you didn't have that.
I said I would get that to him before the end of the meeting. Yes, my team is going to pull it up right now.
Thank you.
The reason I asked the question, I'm just trying to understand, related to the vacancy projections that were talked about. Is there actual room for the vacancies that are being projected. And correct me if I'm wrong, that number is 2 to 10 million? Is that what the number is, Scott and Nicole?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, Chairman.
I'm saying the number in the vacancies that you're projecting, what is that number? You said it's between 2 and 10 million? Is that the number?
2 million.
It's 2 million, okay. All right, I'm just trying to understand how much room is available in that conversation. We also talked about the debt, and the delta is an additional 92 million on top of 118 million it is?
That's what the
correct.
comptroller said earlier, yes.
Okay. The next question is around the the advertising, and it kind of piggybacks off of what Alderman Burnett talked about in ramping up the amounts here at $29 million. That seems to be uh, a lot based on a year one type of projection. How do you land there?
So just going back through it in a little bit more detail, the Bridge House naming rights, not bridges, but Bridge House would be $10 million. When I look back, and this comes from, not only the reports, but I think from subcommittee looking at back in 2012, I think it was 25 million for a similar program. So we're not going near that number. Light pole advertising pilot was again the 1% at a little over 4 million. And then the advertising on fleet vehicles, 15 million. I think we have 635 types of vehicles that could be utilized, maybe more, but we went with the lower end there. And used an example in Ohio for 22 trucks that they had $8 million over 10 years.
We also have the opportunity with the parking meter contract to advertise on parking boxes as well. We did not include that. There were other ideas. We talked about a lot of different things. This is what these three things were what we built that 29.3 on.
Oh, now speaking of parking meters, the sale of debt and the sale of this asset does bring some concern around the practices of collection and what impact that it may have on certain communities of our city. I know we talk about in a very grand sense the amount of money that is owed to the city of Chicago, and whoever can answer this, if we had to categorize our debt between water or revenue-related debt, fine and fee-related debt, or what I'll call corporate debt, how does that break out?
So at this point, Alderman, parking debt, 1.6 billion, red light, 440, this is going back to 2001, 440 million. We have speed cameras, 275, water, 799, and that's relates to the enterprise fund. Administrative hearings, which are all sorts of violations, 3 billion, 21 million for buildings. Cost recovery, that would be someone damaging city property and trying to recover the cost of that, 61 million, and then EMS is 1 billion. So that's the those are the major categories of outstanding debt.
Okay. I'll do round two.
You have more than one question?
Yes.
Round two. Alderman Martin.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I just wanted to first thank you for your work specifically around making the full advance pension payment. I think that that's been communicated for years from rating agencies as being particularly critical. And while it's hard to not see a reduction in debt despite efforts around firefighter back pay and police misconduct lawsuits, I do want to uplift my thanks for focusing on that full advance pension payment. With regard to the corporate fund savings related to E&Y efficiencies, do you think it's possible for a management ordinance to include some degree of regular reporting, whether it could be monthly or quarterly, to track what's happening so that if maybe we're not keeping pace with what is going on here, we don't wait until the fall to figure out how to fill that hole?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Alderman Martin. I completely agree with you on the management ordinance is exactly where we would put that. And our expectation would be that we build the guardrails in place. We can't suggest these efficiencies and not have a way to track and make sure that we are staying on top of ensuring that we're doing everything that we can to realize the savings that EY has put forward that we know over time can produce a lot more. But if we don't do the work up front and we don't, we have to continue to stay at it. And reporting back to city council is absolutely something we plan to build into the management ordinance.
With the ground transportation tax, understanding that relative to the mayor's initial budget proposal, it would go down by approximately $39 million. Do you know where that would leave us in terms of additional revenue relative to 2025?
1 second.
I think it was, yeah. So again, just on that point, the what we have in ours, there's restoration of the original proposed congestion zone, but we essentially, I believe, looked at 39 million.
Yes.
Yep, 39 million.
So that would a year-over-year increase in 39 million?
Yes. No, for the first. Have that document?
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
So,
Sure.
our proposal restores the original proposed congestion zone, but removes the rate changes. That the minus 39.4 reflects taking out the rate increase from the original proposal.
Understood. With regard to fines, fees, forfeitures, and penalties, so I know the overall number 92.6. 3 million is associated with the environmental benchmark ordinance. I have a question about the second bullet, debt collection, but with regard to the shared housing fee and license increase, approximately how much does that comprise?
So, and I thank you for that. I apologize that we missed that here. It's a little less than $1 million. There's no increase to the rate. The increases that we've made are to the 2-year license and then the annual registration. So those fees are doubled. It's just under $1 million in terms of the impact to this budget. So that's additional revenue.
Okay. With regard to debt collection, kind of similar to the piece around E&Y efficiencies, what do you think could be done by way of a management ordinance to keep collections away from poor and working class individuals and or corporate entities that have essentially no revenue?
So I'll take a shot at this, Alderman Wagisback. I think the management ordinance is exactly where this happens. Look, if we're selling the debt, I believe we get to set the terms of that. So the idea would be to identify that debt that goes after the people that can most pay for it, and leaving out of that the folks that we don't anticipate can pay for it. We have amnesty periods for a reason, right? So, and the amnesty periods that the clerk's office has done have been very successful, and I think we've already accounted for additional months of that. So management ordinance, I believe, is where we would include or building in the guardrails to ensure that we're not going after the people who can least afford it, working class people in the city of Chicago.
Okay. My last question through the chair request. I'm sure that there were some revenue options that you looked at that maybe seemed interesting, but you determined that we lacked home rule authority, specifically that the state could grant. And so I'm hoping you can put together that list and share it with us, because if there's a possibility of some portion of us going to Springfield to advocate for home rule authority to do things that potentially a majority of city council members would support, I think that's something we should do in Q1 next year.
Yeah, we'd be happy to provide that through the chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Martin. Alderman Vasquez. Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to continue the point of debt collection, we currently have at least 2 contracts with professional debt collection agencies that I'm aware of, and they point out to me that there's a variety of ways that they can approach their job. We, as the client, direct them, whether it's in a management ordinance or a contract or even informal guidance. And they have assured me that there's a number of things that they could be doing that they are not doing right now because they are not directed to do so. Things like the amnesty program that recently expired, another amnesty program can be renewed, it can be promoted, the debt collectors can be trained on how to use that as leverage to convince people that they should pay some or all of their debt. There's the possibility of civil action that can be taken, and targets for that action can be identified. So we're only going after people that have the means to pay the debt. We're not going after the poor and the indigent, to really increase the likelihood that we can collect debt owed to us without having to sell it, which remains an option for some of it. But there's a science involved in determining where the more readily collectible debt is and where the hardcore debt is that is unlikely to be collected. And that's what you package and sell, because a penny on the dollar is better than 0 on the dollar. But these are all decisions that the professionals can and will make. That's what we pay them to do. No one here in this room is an expert, I don't think, on debt collection. But the contracts that we've had with several highly reputable firms, we can see the difference when we partner with those firms and when we ask them to step up their efforts. It pays off. And when we back off and stop doing that, collection rates plummet. So some of this is within our control, and it's clear that there's more that we could be doing right now at a time when the city desperately needs it. We should be doing it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Vasquez, you walk back in.
At the buzzer. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the work. I think some of the stuff that we've been thinking about when we made management ordinance changes were to create the environment where the council is actually creating and coming up with solutions. And I think watching what you all have done is commendable. That being said, I've got certain things I have concerns about. I want to ask away. A lot of it is related to the debt collection. I think our colleagues have already voiced some concern. I'm trying to figure out how we make sure that people who are already hurting, that have challenges paying their bills, aren't put further into debt and then bankruptcy. And I say this as someone who, I was not the smartest, took out a credit card, maxed it out, had to go all the way to collections and all the above. When the city is doing that and it's people who are actively hurting, do you all have ideas or proposals that would be those guardrails? Like, has that been in, what have you all discussed as far as that?
Oh, you just missed it for your RC. Chair Martin just asked that exact question, and we're very, we are keen to work on additions to the management ordinance that would create those guardrails. We have no desire to impact those individuals. The idea behind this is that we would target those that can afford it and look to amnesty periods in the hopes of collecting the additional debt from people.
That's not, I appreciate that, to not belabor that point, to follow up. If you're selling debt to someone, how do you control what they do? If they've decided they've already locked the deal, they're going to do whatever they need to. Is there legally controls you could put in place, which a management ordinance wouldn't address? It would give you reporting. Legally, would you be able to say, here's what you cannot do if you bought this debt?
Yeah, I think you would put it through request for proposals. We do this all the time. We put guardrails in, you do it in the contract. The law department would look at it and say, here's all the things that, for instance, the comptroller and the city council want as guardrails in this ordinance.
Okay.
And your management, coupled with the management.
Ambulance bills are the 3rd largest category of unpaid debt. How would you ensure that we're not contributing to the burden of medical debt?
How would we ensure what?
That, like, if the ambulance debt is what we're talking about, somebody already has medical debt, are we not making it worse if we're then also trying to follow up on ambulance debt, which is the 3rd largest category?
I think in the same sense, working through the management ordinance, looking at the people that are using it, what their healthcare system is that they need to use and what the majority of that is. I think that can be done again through whatever request that's put out there along with the contract. We do it all the time in every type of contracting that we do.
Yeah, and I'll say this, like, in fairness to you all, and as far as the administration, you all have had less time to talk to us about it. The administration had months. There's not been very good negotiation, listening to anything, bringing data, providing any level of solution. So I think similarly, we have those questions of you all, but there's such a much smaller time to kind of identify what that looks like that I would propose that there are members of this council who have interest in having those conversations to figure out what we could all support as a council. And again, I say that in good faith.
Point of information, Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Sure.
I think the alderman has mentioned a few important points. What are the departments, like the law department? I appreciate the obviously the alderman perspective on this, but it's the law department and other departments able to pitch in, especially, so I want to know whether the other departments to explain this in more detail. Are they, like the legal, I thought there was the law department. There's other departments that I think could respond to some of the implementation around that. And others, are there anybody from the law department and any other departments that could?
That's
also-
not germane to the budget question, but sure. I mean, the law department can opine on the question that the alderman is asking regarding guardrails, but I don't think that that's a component of what we're discussing today.
Thank you, much appreciated. Also, in line with my colleague, who was very helpful asking about the data and information underlying assumptions. This question is not for y'all, it's for the administration. Are you guys willing to provide the data and the underlying assumptions that led to the EY? Or can you guys actually, through the chair, provide the actual data since we've never received it? Got it. Next. So as it pertains to the Smart Streets pilot expansion, why does the proposal not include just automatically going citywide? We had a pilot for this that, I mean, my colleague Alderman Riley knows, we had a pilot for supposedly a year. It's been 2 years plus now. We've not expanded it. And that is a revenue driver because the amount of people who are blocking bike lanes and buses would actively be paying for it. It's not a tax because people are violating the law. So why don't we just go automatically and have the whole city do this? Why are we not just implementing that as a revenue generator?
I appreciate the question. We didn't touch it. We left it alone. That was not an area that we impacted on here. So that's it.
Sorry. So let me fix that question because we did have this in a hearing and the comptroller definitely answered the question. My question is different. They articulated why there might be challenges in getting to that place. My question is, our proposal would be to force that to happen from the council side, to say we have to get this done and go citywide and do it, as opposed to waiting for it not to get there. I would say the same thing for the 25 Department of Finance workers that would do parking regulations, double that to 50. We should force those things. Sorry, that's all I got.
No. Alderman Vasquez, good point. If you
Yeah.
recall, last year, we had some concerns about OPSA and about the medical unit, right? We put that into the management ordinance, which forced the conversation and the audit, which happened this year.
Yes.
So I think that there are opportunities to do what you're suggesting.
Yeah, and I appreciate, again, I think the proposal put forth by the mayor focused so much on $83 million of a $6 billion corporate fund, of a $16 billion budget, that we did not have fulsome conversations about everything else involved in this budget. So I do appreciate that you all are looking at it in different directions. And it is my hope, and I think the hope of every Chicagoan in the city, that we figure out what a budget is going to look like that averts a government shutdown. And in that interest, I'm always open in good faith to have conversations and do appreciate the work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. Can I get a motion to allow Alderman Taylor and Alderman Taliaferro to move for Rule 59? So moved by Alderman Quezada. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Before we move to the second round, our court report. Oh, Alderman Mitz, do you have a question? Okay. Thank you. Alderman Taylor?
Here, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Alderman Taliaferro? He has not jumped on yet. We're going to take a 5-minute break. and we'll come back and start round two. Excuse me, the Finance Committee is reconvened from recess. Ms. Jackson, I'm telling you one more time, and I'm gonna have to have you removed. All right. Yes, I will. Um, Officer, can we please have her removed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Alderman Jessica Fuentes. Moving on, Alderman Manat Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify that this proposal is building off of the original budget that was proposed by the mayor's office, right? Like
That is-
other things in there, like the Chicago.
Okay, Alderman Manat Hoppenworth, your question was
The Chicago,
clarification.
for instance, the Chicago Legal Defense Fund, that those funds are still in the budget.
So your first question was, is this the same, did we build our budget off of the original revenue ordinance? The answer to that question is yes, as a base. And we did not touch that. We did not make any amendments to that particular line that you're asking about. So the assumption would be that it's still there.
Okay, got it. Can you speak more about the proposal about the 311 changes, the hours? Is that right? And it would be replaced by a chat bot?
So you're,
Go ahead.
you got the question? Go ahead.
Yeah, that is one option that was referred to in the EY report, basically looking at the hours of 311. In our budget proposal, the alternate, we do not say that it is required or mandatory to do that. It is basically an option that the city could look at to reduce the hours overnight, I believe, in the EY report as they referenced it, and have a savings there. And other cities, I believe, do the similar thing.
Would that result in the loss of jobs?
Pardon?
Would that result in a loss of jobs?
I think they would have to look at making sure that any jobs that were not in those hours, if they moved ahead with that, would have to be put into other positions. But I think if you look at the OEMC Center, and a lot of us talk about that quite often, there are spaces where people could go into, but that is not something that we are talking about in our budget. That would have to be through a process with labor and with the administration.
So in building this budget, you did speak to labor and OEMC?
On that particular item? I think this basically comes directly out of the EY report, and that's where we base all of our conversation around that.
And then about the collection of the debt, can you speak more on whether or not the departments that need to be involved with that new program, if we have enough people to do those jobs, and which departments would need to be involved with that? If it's an internal, not, you said that it could be internal?
In any RFQ, RFP, or anything that's put out for a contract, in any contract in the city, there are guidelines and guardrails put in place by the department that's doing the work. And, you know, we have collection agencies out there right now. They all have to sign a contract. They have to look at all different aspects of a contract. And it would be pretty simple for the Department of Law to be reviewing that contract, for procurement to review it, for OBM or any department that would be involved in debt collection to be part of that conversation and put the guardrails in place.
So to be clear, are we saying that we already have the people to do the jobs? We need to just look at how it's being done?
We have people within the administration.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I mean,
understand if we need to, if it's going to be internal and not sold off, right? Because you said that it could be internal.
if anything that happens in terms of a new contract has people that would review it, and that wouldn't change here at all. It wouldn't mean that we'd have to go out and hire an outside law firm to do it, to create a contract or the request. We would just simply have the departments involved, like any other one, to go over that and make sure that it's protecting the city interest, but also doing what is necessary to follow through on the debt collection.
Yeah, I guess my interest is in passing this budget by the end of the year. And I know that this process started late. And also what I've been hearing, because I've tried to come to all of these meetings, is that being able to implement some of those recommendations from the EY report is going to take time, it's going to take resources, and it's going to take jobs. And so if we did pass this budget, do we have the people, resources, and the jobs in place to do those things beyond what was already recommended?
Well, it's just my opinion, but EY, again, met with 22 departments, city offices, voluntarily, and sat down and went through all of these different analyses, both on the data, on organizational effort, everything. And this isn't some new thing either that just kind of came up out of the blue just for Chicago. There's several other cities that have done a similar report and implemented many of the EY recommendations that were put out there. So if you look at Milwaukee, if you look at Houston, they have very similar reports to ours, and they each took a certain percentage of those recommendations and moved them forward. So when you look at the matrix that's in the EY report, there are some that receive a lower value, higher value, but also a higher priority, initial lower priority. And what we're saying on some of these is that we have to make them a high priority. And it's incumbent upon the administration to look at each one of those and decide what they're going to do. But I think it's imperative, if we pay for a EY report like this, and we did a similar Chicago task force earlier, that we take those recommendations seriously and move forward as quickly as we can.
May I ask another question?
Sure.
Or, okay. I appreciate that answer, and also I feel a disconnect with the information that's coming from the administration and what you're presenting. So there's that. And also, I feel like there has been a lack of time to digest this proposal, and I would have liked to have more conversation about this. I'm not on this committee, but also it's important because I need to explain to my people what we're doing here in these chambers. The other thing that I don't quite understand is we're increasing the PPLT, and what I have been told is that as we increase it, it will affect consumer behavior. And what is it that you're using? What data are you using to make the decision that increasing it by 1%, which would increase our budget by like $100 million, that it will not affect consumer behavior?
General.
Possibly. Okay, so I just want to understand your question. You're asking what assumptions we made about how the 1% increase over what was originally proposed, 14 to 15, would impact
consumers.
Yeah, look, this was something that was proposed by the administration. We just matched it. That's all we did. And if that's a question that you have for the administration, we can ask them.
We just matched it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you.
Hoppe.
Is there a response from them or no?
Does the um, just a second. Director Guzman, can you answer Alderman Hoppenworth's question?
Yes, so based on our analysis, the budget that we proposed increases the rate from 11% to 15%. And looking at the increase that happened in the 2025 budget where we went from 9% to 11%, we extrapolated out what impacts we saw on the activity that is the basis of the revenue. And we saw slight consumer behavior changes in the PPLT. And so we felt comfortable that going up to 15%, we might see some drop off, and we built that into our revenue forecast, which is the overall increase from FY25 to 2026 in the budget. We think that potentially going above that, you're going to start to see some significant drop off, just given that the tax itself includes not only cloud computing software, but it also includes lease of equipment, such as things like at Home Depot or cars or things like that. So.
Ready up.
Alderman Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to comment for all of us here, as we want Chicago to be a destination for business, especially for small business. If we can please consider what we're proposing, which is to increase fines and fees on small businesses. Right now, what is in there is that we want to double or triple some of those fines and fees. And my ward has some of the most diversity in terms of our small businesses, including in Uptown. So if maybe 40% of them are owned by small minority businesses. And if you do increase these fines and fees, some of these businesses have multiple licenses. So please consider that as you're thinking about moving forward with this budget. Thank you.
I just want to respond. I appreciate you raising that up, especially because you yourself are a small business owner. We have lots of them in the 11th ward. As we said, we didn't touch the administration's proposal to raise this to 15%. We fully recognize that it's a huge burden on all businesses of all sizes. You see on our chart 84% on businesses, and the largest part of that is the PPLT. But thank you for the comment and the question.
Alderman Villegas.
Point of information, the
information.
numbers for the fines and fees, are those numbers that the responsible alternative budget put forward, or are those ones that the administration put forward? Maybe perhaps the administration can talk about the impact of these fines and fees. Thank you.
I think the Alderman Lee made the point that our budget is 98% similar to the mayor's proposed budget. And I think that point's been made. Alderman Nugent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been brought to our attention that a very discreet update on page 34 was not made in the substitute offered earlier in this meeting. The change is a reduction in the new tax on off-premise liquor sales. The change is simply reducing the rate of taxation from 3% in the original version to the corrected rate of 1.5% of the purchase price. I'm going to circulate swap pages right now. As such, I move to accept this updated substitute.
So moved by Alderman Beal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the substitute will be included. Alderman Fuentes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for the facilitation of this conversation. I have a couple questions as it relates to the debt, fines, fees, and forfeitures that you have outlined in this revenue package, and I know you've already received a great deal of questions. Do we know the percentage of the $1 billion debt in terms of what it is? What percentage is traffic violations versus water debt, et cetera? Do we have that breakdown?
The The comptroller had answered that a little bit earlier, but maybe he could repeat them for you.
Comptroller, could we review where a majority of the debt that's explained in this revenue package, where it lies?
Well, I can provide that through the chair, but I can tell you that the largest is parking, debt, and administrative hearing, which is a whole host of violations, building code violations, things of that nature. But I can get it broken down on a percentage basis for you.
Comptroller, while you're responding to who makes up the debt, geographically across the city, do we know where a majority of this debt lies?
Yeah, we can also provide it by zip code if you'd like.
Bill.
My concern is that if we sell this debt, what parts of the city and who will be impacted by companies who will work extremely hard to either impact people's credits, put them into bankruptcy in collecting this debt, with the overwhelming majority of this revenue package depending on this particular line item. And two things I'm concerned about: the sort of predatory practices that private companies will have in collecting this debt, particularly working families who maybe have to make difficult decisions and don't pay parking tickets, or maybe are late on their water bill and haven't paid it for a while. What sort of practices will happen in terms of collecting that debt, and how that would impact them and their families? More importantly, the communities in which we see a lot of this debt in. And then if we do not collect at the rate in which we have articulated in this revenue as one of the largest line items, what do we anticipate will be the process to have to come back to make up what we possibly will not see in the revenue?
Sure. So the first part of that, as we were speaking earlier, we talked about, and I think the comptroller mentioned it, we did away with things like shutting off water in the last term. We did away with taking assets from people like their driver's license. And so I think that same value would be the same approach that would have to be taken in any kind of debt collection. And I think every alderman here has talked about that you would not sit there and prioritize communities that are potentially suffering through economic issues that would further exacerbate this problem. And that has been made very clear, I think, for the last 2 or 3 administrations, that the way you go about debt collection has to be equitable, it has to be fair. And I think that same message has come across to the administration here, and I think they believe in that. So I think any approach that we take, any contract that is created or drafted by law department, by OBM, all the departments involved have to address those issues, and that has been done in a lot of other contracts that we have. So I don't think it would be a concern here to make sure that we put those guardrails in place.
I can understand your confidence in having guardrails. I would be skeptical that we would sell off debt to a private company and that they won't have predatory practices in trying to assure they collect on a debt that they have just bought.
Well, just the answer to that, we have 7 companies already that are doing it, 7 law firms, and I assume that if they were doing predatory practices, they would be removed from being allowed to do that collection.
There is a $20 million reimbursement on the TIF surplus that's articulated in this revenue package. How do you arrive at an additional $20 million in the reimbursement? And I'm assuming that that is from CPS?
Yes, so I'm going back to the slide, so up on the screen here. We understand that the city currently is forecasting a $146 million deficit to finish out this year prior to receiving the TIF surplus from CPS that would cover the MABEF payment. Based on the TIF surplus that is proposed in the budget, we would receive $173 million back from CPS. That amount is the 552 or 53 million total that would go to CPS, less the 379 million that they asked for in their budget. That's what's approved in the CPS budget. The IGA agreement between CPS and the city of Chicago is that any amount that is received from the TIF surplus that is more than $379 million, but less than a total of 175 would be reverted back to the city. So knowing that we're getting 173 back and we're scheduling, or we are forecasting $146 million in a deficit, the difference between that is a $27 million good guy. So we'll have $27 million left once we get that money in, because remember, we're paying in arrears. This is about the 2025 deficit for the 2025 payment. We're proposing to carry forward, not the full amount, but $20 million of that to contribute towards the advanced pension payment, leaving $7 million for the city to do things like add to the fund balance, which we know needs to be done.
And have we heard from CPS or the board that they're okay with these projections that you're making, or have some
It's
semblance
not
of
a
agreement?
projection that we're making, it's the agreement that they've signed.
They have made commitments to this body before and have not paid.
I could ask IGA to provide the signed agreement, if someone could provide that. I don't think that that is in question, but if someone from IGA could produce the agreement that was approved by the board, would love to be able to see that.
That was one of the
It was a condition.
condition that Chairman Irvin said that he needed to have through his budget committee in order to move forward with his committee work. And I believe that they followed through with that.
All right. Can I ask one more question, Chairwoman? I know my time here has run out.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. The congestion fee, the projections that you all make, you say you don't adjust the rate, but you adjust the boundaries. Can you all provide a map?
It was the original proposed boundaries by the administration that were then shrunk. When they took away the rate increase, we just went back to the originally proposed boundaries. So, and we'll provide it, we'll send it to you. That's not a secret. We'll send it to you, but I just wanted to explain that we didn't actually add new boundaries. We just went back to what was originally proposed.
At the same rate in which we currently have the congestion fee?
Yeah, so not an increase in the rate. It's just an expansion of the zone.
Okay. I would like
Back to
to
the
see
expansion. Yeah,
the map.
get that to you.
Thank you.
The map also, Alderman, would be included in the original budget information that we all received when the mayor made his proposal to us. Alderman Spizzato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted a point of clarification, maybe from the comptroller, where everybody wants to know where this debt's at. I'm just guessing, Comptroller Belsky, that if this stuff is 10 or 20 years old, the far majority of these people don't live there anymore. So, and through the chair, it's not that urgent or anything to know, but I'm guessing, once again, if the debt's 10 or 20 years old, these people don't live where they lived when they occurred this debt. So, but through the chair is fine.
Well, that's correct. I mean, the difficulty of having that going
track
back
'em down
this far. Yeah, I mean, you don't know, people are still living or residing in the state, et cetera. So it's
Okay.
difficult.
All right. Well, I'd say you answered my question, so no need to get it through the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have you completed your questions, Alderman Fuentes? Thank you. Alderman Moore, round 2, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Real quick,
Oh, before we go to round 2, just to clean up round 1. Alderman Burnett, you're back in the room. You had a question regarding VGT for Alderman Beal. He's back in the room, so have at it.
Thank you. So in regards to the VGTs, we say that this is conservative. Can you talk about the 80% adoption rate that we're assuming here? Can we talk 80% doesn't feel that conservative? That's majority of businesses in the city.
Well, knowing that the revenue that's going to be coming in from VGTs, I think 80% is a very conservative number by people who are going to try to make more money in their establishments.
I'm sorry, I'm just a bit confused on this. You're saying that 80% of businesses that have a liquor license are going to adopt VGTs?
We believe that over 80% of the people that have liquor licenses will apply for VGTs, correct? And I believe right now, the 27th ward is #1 in the city for illegal sweepstakes machines that are not being regulated.
So now we're going to legalize gambling machines on every corner of every block?
Only people that have liquor licenses.
Look, this just feels very irresponsible to legalize gambling casino machines on every block after our constituents fought so hard not to have our casino. And so now you're trying to implement everyone in my ward to make sure that they have the ability for people to gamble. No, you're saying 80% of the adoption, and you're saying majority are in my ward. And so you're saying that you want people to be taxed on this gambling revenue in my community. And my community has already stated that they don't want anymore. So now we're talking about instituting this VGT tax. Are we saying that we're adopting this across the city?
Okay,
There are currently 3,300 liquor licenses that will be eligible for VGTs. We believe 80% of the 3,300, which is roughly 2,640 machines or locations, will apply for machines. I didn't say that your ward will be oversaturated.
Great. Is there any part of this ordinance that allows us to restrict where VGTs are located?
If a person has a liquor license, I think they will have the legal right to apply for VGTs.
So we have to opt into additional housing, but we have to allow every business to have gambling machines in their establishment. I yield my time.
thank you. Going on to round two, Alderman Moore,
And just
you
on-
have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Quickly on that line of questioning, have we accounted for equity around this VGT? What are we looking at? Have we talked to any minorities that's in this space, and how would it impact them?
Alderman Beal,
Currently, I don't believe that there are any minority vendors that make these actual machines. So right now, there's just nobody in the market. And so the only people that are in the market, again, are people who are operating illegal machines where we're not getting any revenue from whatsoever.
Okay. And in this budget, is there anything that, in this package, is there anything that the state has to chime in on in this budget that we expect the state to chime in on, or is it clear all this is city controlled? And is this information in here anything state that relies on the state approval?
The gaming board would have to approve anybody applying. The actual license goes to the state, and the state's gaming board, which has a very thorough vetting process about making sure that there's nobody trying to obtain licenses that are mob tied or have illegal backgrounds and things of that nature. So they have a very robust process before approving VGTs or licenses for VGTs.
Thank you, Alderman
Alderman,
Beal.
this is
And
just
that just wasn't directed to the game, it was to the whole package, but thank you.
Yeah,
for
it's
your-
just the license. It's not the revenue derived from those.
Right, and that's the only thing from a gaming standpoint. Nothing else within this budget needs state approval.
no, all of our revenues are locally generated.
Great, thank you, Chairman.
Correct.
You're
I think
welcome.
that's all. Let me check for my 3 minutes up. I did have this in order. We talked about the bridge pilot program, which I've been talking about for years, and that's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. Alderman Quezada,
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regard to the advertisements again, so to clarify, in regard to advertisements on bridge houses, will that just be for naming rights, or will it be for advertisements along the sides of the bridge houses?
Different cities do different things, but that would be something that the administration could look at as they prepare an RFP for similar types of advertising.
I understand, but it's your proposal, so I would like to know if any of those advertisements would be in compliance with the programmatic agreement among the Federal Highway Administration, the Illinois Department of Transportation, and the Chicago Department of Transportation in regard to the preservation of the movable bridges and the bridge houses.
Anything that the city does has to be in compliance with state and federal law.
But have you checked whether or not advertisements on the bridge houses is in compliance with that preservation agreement?
Yes, it is.
It is in compliance.
It is.
Okay,
If
great.
you're talking about bridges, it would not be. If you're talking about bridge houses, it would be.
Okay, just to clarify. And so what you're saying has nothing to do with the naming, not with the naming of the bridges, but with the bridge houses solely.
My understanding is the bridge houses, yes.
Got it. Got it. Okay. In relation to the augmented reality, I heard the example of Pokemon Go. Actually, that kind of concerned me a little bit because there's all sorts of different types of advertisements that are targeted to young people. And a lot of times young people have their applications connected to their parents, debit cards, credit cards, et cetera. So how will these advertisements be targeted and protect our young people from buying things that they shouldn't be buying, and what kind of advertisements are we talking about? Additionally, in what kind of public spaces are we talking about having these augmented realities? Will it be on school grounds? Will it be in park district grounds? Is there coordination with these other agencies?
This would be for the administration to decide. We have no contract with anybody, so I can't tell you where exactly these would be. What we have is the opportunity to explore this as something as a revenue generator for the city of Chicago.
But have you laid out any sort of values or kind of framework in which you want?
No, that would be up to the administration and procurement.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Casado. Alderman Scott.
I have one question. I don't know if some of my, some things in the presentation, I think some of our colleagues don't know that a lot of the information was just pulled from the original budget. But I want you to speak on, because a lot of us are getting, they're doing their advertisement on us, the hits saying that we don't care about children. Can you speak to the fact of what is left in the budget? Did you touch anything in the budget as it relates to youth employment?
We kept the job levels that the mayor proposed at the same levels. I know that there was a version, I don't know, a version or two ago of our budget that may have showed some cuts. This is an iterative process. What is on the table today does not cut youth jobs at all.
And what did you add for youth jobs in this budget?
5,200.
What
Oh,
did you-
Right.
yeah. So for instance, and we just touched on it a little bit at the beginning. First of all, I would say that restoring funding for the library collections, both in terms of media and books, that was a huge hit for the library system. All of our kids use the libraries, and that's $5 million, making sure that they can sustain the purchases that they need and access to media. Second thing was restoring funding for the youth mentoring programs, BAM and WOW, and that was $3.5 million.
Right.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Point of information, Alderman Nugent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's also important to note that we also preserved the TIP surplus as was presented in the mayor's original budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I will also add, we put back into the budget, which had been removed, the youth mentoring for BAM and WOW.
Yep.
That was your question, Alderman Scott. Alderman Rodriguez, not here. Alderman Villegas, not here.
Oh, no, he's there.
Oh,
He's hiding
where
back
is he?
Right there. He was
Oh.
low in his chair.
All right,
Madam Chair,
up.
I was just chilling. So, Madam Chair,
Alderman Villegas.
I'm good, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Cicha Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two additional questions around this debt collection. I think is concern to me. The 1 billion that is sellable seems like that we can recoup about 10%. What are the potential impact, and is this something where we're considering income levels? I am very concerned about this debt when it comes to water debt and other debt that becomes, and these predatory practices that could potentially harm small homeowners and so forth. So can you give me a little bit of this, information about this proposal on how, seems that that's largely other proposals for fines and fees as well? And I have a follow-up.
Alderman, I appreciate the question. We'd love to sit down with you to formulate exactly those rules for the management ordinance to ensure that we are not going after the people that could least afford it.
Yeah. But I think that will impact the revenue collection and the impact on residents. I don't know, maybe comptroller can, if there's any things that maybe we can we can add to that. I mean, I'm really concerned. I know that there's been work efforts to make sure that we help homeowners that are struggling with water bills, and so that I'm afraid this could potentially be harmful. So I'm not sure, Controller Belsky, what I add to this.
Well, I would separate the question of the sale of debt versus what you're talking about, just our collections. So normally in our collections, we, we obviously focus on the ability to pay, and we can do that. I mean, on enforcement, it has to be equitable, but using data on collections, you want to go to where people will pay. And then in cases where people can't afford to pay, we do have a lot of different relief programs, as you might be aware, like ClearPath. People can get on payment plans as low as $25 a month, utility billing relief, et cetera. So, we do have those things in place already.
Thank you, Controller. I'm just concerned, but definitely look into working with you on that estimate. It seems to me inflated. The other one is the advertising. I'm concerned about the almost $30 million projection. So I want to know more about what are the basis of that projection. Also concerns about what if we don't meet that projection. There have been cases like in 2012 in Virginia, when that was advertised in highways, the projection never came to anywhere close. The LA has also concerns about predatory and harmful content, and what will be the makeup of the city when we're advertising city property. So what, just the basis of that 30 million?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Alderman Lopez. I'll forward you the same report I sent to Alderman Burnett. It was the report that we got from the city, actually, from the budget and finance folks back in July, that actually had the light pole and the light pole advertising and digital advertising included in there. So we didn't pull these numbers out of the air.
Yeah.
I'll forward it to you. That's not a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, definitely. Look, there's about $120 million that we're talking about. It will be significant that we actually be accurate. That would be a big hole in the budget if those projections are not met. Thank you.
Just, you want to?
Yeah, I think all of our estimates, again, we're fairly conservative. So we're not saying that we would go for 50 or 60 million here. We pegged it at a relatively conservative number so that we're not overinflating or trying to, put us in a position where we have a budget that's not balanced like we have now. So that's definitely something that we're trying very hard to avoid, and I think we've done that with this alternate budget.
Just like a point of clarification, because I do think there's a lot of evidence around, especially the head tax, corporate head tax, and how does that work. I don't know there's a lot of data on what we're trying to do here, especially when it comes about collection in a time when inflation is super high, when people are struggling. So I'd definitely like to get a hold of those projections, those assumptions, and how to get to those numbers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Cicho Lopez. Alderman Burnett, did you have more questions? Okay, Alderman Irvin?
Thank you. Actually, this was around the VGTs, and the one concern that I have in this industry is that similar to cannabis, there is zero African American participation from an ownership perspective in this industry. And I think that for us to potentially allow for that level of activity and other options in the respective communities without seeing any level of participation is a bit concerning. With it being such a relatively small amount that we're looking for, I would hope that we may pull back from that particular point so that we can see some participation in this industry specifically, because it is something that is going to be, if it grows at a pace, a major revenue generator. And similar to what we saw in cannabis, a lot of members of our community were left out. If there's some thoughts around that, but I think that ought to be a consideration around economic activity, primarily in our communities, when we don't have any piece of the pie in that. And I'll open anybody that wants to speak to that particular issue.
Alderman Beal?
Madam Chairman, and I appreciate the question. Based on the numbers that we're looking at, probably the lion's share of the licenses will go to people in the south and west side to be able to benefit their small establishments by bringing in additional income. And after talking with the industry, it shows that they will hire more people from the community after they're able to make additional money and supplement some of the things that they've been doing. So this will be a win-win for businesses in our community that are looking for additional income to be able to hire more people from the community. So I think it'll be a great asset to people who have bars, restaurants, and things like that in our communities.
No, I understand that particular point, and I also would ask the number of establishments that are in the African American community. But I'm speaking of there's there are three pieces to this. There's the state and the government component, that's the third, but the owners of the machines and the gaming aspects, that's the third, and that's the third that I'm speaking of that does not have any level of ownership, members of our community involved. Yes, the other third that goes to the actual operator, the bar or the establishment that exists, they will get their third. But I'm speaking of the ownership component of the companies that do this type of work. And we would be, in my opinion, missing on a very large opportunity for businesses or in our community. And I would also add that the bulk of establishments that have licenses or that would be eligible to do this isn't in the Black community. So if BACP or someone else has some information on that, be glad to take a look at it. But we don't have the same number of taverns or entertainment venues as our counterparts downtown, on the north side, and other places. So.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Fuentes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that there are also some ideas maybe that you all had around what the efficiencies that are allocated around the 46 million could be. Can you all share what some of those ideas or recommendations were? I know that they come out of the EY report. I'm very clear on that, and I've read the report. But as you see fit, what are the recommendations that you all would recommend for the efficiencies that you all have articulated in this revenue package?
Hold on, Alderman.
Thank you.
I fell asleep on the job. I'm sorry. I didn't keep the screen.
While we're getting the screen,
While we're getting the screen unlocked, Alderman Rodriguez has asked for to be allowed in under Rule 59 and participate remotely. Can I get a motion to allow him in? Alderman Quezada, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And Alderman Rodriguez, are you on? Okay.
Alderman Fuentes, can you repeat your question? Just
yeah, absolutely. There's a line item that articulates additional EY efficiencies. I'm well aware that you're drawing those directly from the report, but as you all were meeting as a coalition, are there recommendations for where you see those efficiencies being made?
Specifically, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of these have to do with adjusting fire alarm inspection fees. So we have false alarms that happen all the time, both for burglaries or false fire alarms. We have increase in film production for squad cars, which I think has been low for a while, and that kind of comes through in part with the special events recovery. Increase in pyrotechnics and sprinkler fees. I would say, sorry, fleet, yeah. There were other fleet options as well. Accelerated disposition of our assets, life cycle modeling, warranty recovery. There's a long list of them that we put into our report. Again, all those were, we took the low end of each one of those.
Understood. Thank you. Has the coalition had a conversation with commissioners around their ability and capacity to be able to implement those efficiencies over FY 2026?
Well, all those conversations were with the departments and the offices, so I'm assuming that all of them are very aware of it. And then we have all spoken, I think, with commissioners looking for these efficiencies, but also with the administration. And we had a meeting with the administration where essentially all the ones that we put forward, they, what's the best way to put it? Said no. So we have had that conversation, but we've outlined these as best we could based on exact data from the EY report.
We just really want to ensure that, knowing that many of these things will take time, we fully acknowledge that some of these, longer term will realize and yield greater efficiencies. But we want to make sure that that we are hitting the ground running and we're doing everything that we can. We feel that with the projections that we've put in here on the revenue, that conservatively there are opportunities to, before the end of the year, glean efficiencies that will be meaningful enough for this budget.
Director Guzman, can you walk us through what you believe can be done through FY 26 as it relates to the additional efficiencies that we see here in this revenue package, and if they are in fact achievable through the course of this next fiscal year?
Thank you for the question. So we have put forth through the chair about what we believe is achievable. And I think it's important, you asked the question, has this been discussed with any commissioners? The EY report is options, right? And we took those options and we directly talked to our departments about what they could do and what was achievable. And that's how we came to the revenue and expenditure savings that are in the mayor's budget. It does take commissioners to implement these. We don't have technology to do the 311 in hand or in place today. And we also think that requires a lot more conversation. It would require us to have less people doing 311 if we were to implement that. And we think that that's a conversation that is broader than just the administration to have. So as we have noted on several occasions, the bulk of what is in the EY report we are implementing, but to record a savings in those when a lot of the foundational contracts, technology, resources, and so forth are not in place on day one or even right now, it's difficult to apply the savings. And for us, that means that fiscal year one, as the EY report is laid out, is not FY 26.
Thank you. Is there a motion to recommend approval of item number 5? Alderman O'Shea? I know someone's going to say roll call. Thank you. Vice Chair Conway. Vice Chair Conway, didn't hear you. Yes. Alderman LaSpada. I can't hear you. He said no. He said no. Alderman LaSpada, no. Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Hall. Alderman Mitchell. Alderman Harris.
Aye.
Alderman Beal. Alderman Lee.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Alderman Mitchell said yes. Alderman Harris said yes. Alderman Beal said yes. Alderman Lee said yes. Alderman Ramirez.
No.
Alderman Ramirez is a no. Alderman Quinn. Alderman Quinn is a yes. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez is yes. Alderman Moore. Alderman Moore is a no. Alderman Curtis. Alderman Curtis is a yes. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman O'Shea is a yes. Alderman Taylor.
No.
Alderman Taylor is a no. Alderman Mosley.
Yes.
Alderman Mosley is a yes. Alderman Rodriguez.
No.
Alderman Rodriguez is a no. Alderman Scott. Alderman Scott is a yes. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Alderman Cicho Lopez is a no. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Burnett is a no. Alderman Irvin. Alderman Irvin is a no. Alderman Taliaferro. Alderman Cardona. Alderman Cardona is a yes. Alderman Wagasback.
Yes.
Alderman Wagasback is a yes. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez is a no. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez is a no. Alderman Quezada. Alderman Quezada is a no. Alderman Villegas. Alderman Villegas is a yes. Alderman Mitz. Alderman Mitz is a yes. Alderman Spizzato. Alderman Spizzato is a yes. Alderman Vasquez. Alderman Vasquez is a no. Alderman Riley. Alderman Riley is a yes. Alderman Knudsen. Alderman Knudsen is a yes. Alderman Martin. Alderman Martin is a no. Alderman Silverstein. Alderman Silverstein is a yes. Ex officio Nugent. Ex officio Nugent is a yes. Chair Dowell is a yes. The ordinance passes 22-13. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 3. 2, I'm sorry. Item number 2 is an ordinance authorizing the levy of real estate taxes for the city of Chicago for fiscal year 2026, the fiscal year 2026 tax levy, a direct introduction from the Office of Budget Management. The committee has been presented with a substitute ordinance, which has been distributed to everyone. Is there a motion to accept the substitute ordinance? So moved by Alderman Mitz. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Alderman Laspada?
Yes, pardon, Chair, but thank you, Chairwoman Dowell and members of the committee. For this item, I had prepared and distributed a substitute ordinance that raises the property tax levy in the library fund by $9.146928 million to maintain 89 frontline AFSCME library workers, as well as hundreds of SEIU security officers under the Fleet and Facility Management security contracting that was cut in the original 2026 budget recommendations. I would move for the committee to accept this substitute.
All right, do we need a roll call for the substitute, or can we accept the substitute and? Okay, roll call for the substitute. Vice Chair Conway. Alderman Laspada, Vice Chair Conway votes yes. Alderman Laspada votes yes. Alderman Hopkins votes yes. Alderman Hall votes no. Alderman Mitchell. Alderman Harris. Alderman Beal votes no. Alderman Lee votes yes. Alderman Ramirez
Yes.
votes yes. Alderman Quinn votes yes. Alderman Lopez votes yes. Alderman Moore votes no. Alderman Curtis votes yes. Alderman O'Shea votes yes. Alderman Taylor
Yes.
votes yes. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Alderman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, that sounded more like you. Alderman Scott votes no. Alderman Cicho Lopez votes yes. Alderman Burnett votes yes. Alderman Irvin votes no. Alderman Taliaferro. Alderman Cardona votes yes. Alderman Wagasback votes yes. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez votes yes. Alderman Quezada votes yes. Alderman Villegas votes yes. Alderman Mitz votes yes. Alderman Spizzato votes yes. Alderman Vasquez votes yes. Alderman Riley. Alderman Knudsen votes yes. Alderman Martin votes yes. Alderman Silverstein. Ex officio Nugent votes yes. Chair Dowell votes no. 24-6, the substitute is before us. Would anyone like to speak to the substitute? Alderman Lopez, followed by Alderman Moore, followed by Alderman Vasquez, followed by Alderman Hall. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be brief. I appreciate all the members who signed on as co-sponsors to this ordinance. It's a, oh, we're good. Chill.
You all right? Okay, all right. We're,
I think that chair was rigged for Nicole Lee.
he's okay. His hair is out of place, though. Right. Alderman Lopez.
I've never seen Constantine's hair move. In my, as I was saying, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you to all who signed on as co-sponsors to this ordinance amending the property tax levy. And I do know, as we had conversations during budget hearings, that even this is considered a property tax increase. Yes, it is. And for most of us, by and large, it's going to be an $11 annual increase, $12 roughly. So for less than, I feel like one of those commercials, for less than $1 a day, less than the price of a cup of coffee, you too can fully fund libraries in the city of Chicago. And that's exactly what we're doing. In the past, historically, we've seen where cuts have been made or where we've used the corporate fund to augment the expenses of the library system. This allows us to actually activate a revenue stream specifically for a specific purpose so that we can, one, lessen the burden on the corporate fund and not have to rely on the whims of funds being available there, but also use the levy for what it was meant to be used for, which is to fully fund our library services. This should be an easy lift for all of us. And I say it's a rare occasion where individuals like my colleague from the 1st Ward and I, and even from the 33rd and 35th Wards can agree on something. But this is one of those things where it's worth it to stand together. So I encourage everyone's support of this today and when it's voted on by full city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. Alderman Moore.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Well, I appreciate my colleagues' sentiments about this, and I do also support our libraries and and fully funding them. Anytime we're doing property tax increases, especially in an environment like this, it's important that we educate our constituents on the forefront. I don't care if it's $11 or $1,100 a year. What they've been hit with, especially on the south and west sides, just give us pause right now for any property tax increase with them just getting their bills. And until I have those conversations, I just cannot unilaterally go ahead and support something like this. As I was always a fan of CPI, and many were not, which would have gotten us out of a lot of holes. And I don't want to cherry pick how we now raise property taxes without having those conversations with our constituents. So whether it's $1 or $1,000, I think those conversations have to be had. And if not, we have to work with our partners in the here at the city of Chicago, or our corporate partners, if they have some more funding to put up to help cover that without us bearing the burden of our constituents with additional property taxes at this time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. Alderman Hall.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Again, I support libraries, support workers, but I support the residents of the 6th Ward who can't afford what we are facing now. And I believe that we still got time, but however we can pay for it without the property taxes going up is where I stand. And hence the reason why I'm not voting against workers. I'm voting against making sure that property taxes don't go up beyond what they expect to pay for. So that's my no, and that's my reason. And that's what I mentioned at 10 o'clock on my Facebook status.
Glad you clarified that. You need to put the word library in there. All right, Alderman, I love you too. Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have a lot of difficult decisions to make here at the city of Chicago. This is not one of them. I think we see this a lot, but I just want to really say this. People will say, I support libraries wholeheartedly, but asterisk. I'll support union workers, but asterisk. If you really support them, the way we all do and say we do when we're talking to them, when we're in front of union workers, when we're in front of people understanding that under Trump, the libraries are actually being attacked, that we're losing funding everywhere. The fact that we have union workers that literally protect libraries, security guards, that are ASME workers, and we can't get $12 on a property tax to pay for libraries. I just think it's fundamentally.
Excuse me, Alderman.
Sorry.
Ms. Lay, please. You know,
Promise? Thank you. Like the dancer?
thank you very much. That's actually not a bad suggestion. But we thank you very much. Alderman Vasquez.
Yeah, I apologize. I insulted the fearless leader. So I would say this. One cannot say that they're in support of libraries and in support of union workers and then vote against funding the libraries and voting against keeping their jobs. So this is an easy one for us, and I'm just glad I'm a part of the right side of history on it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Laspada.
Hey, thank you so much, Chair. My colleague Alderman Lopez actually overstated it when he said the cost of a cup of coffee a day, because it's more like the cost of a cup of coffee a month. But I believe in it, and the reason I was willing to work with my colleagues and some of our partners on this is because I think the way we restore trust with our residents in government is when they know what their dollar is paying for and they value what their dollar is paying for. And I think you can truly and definitely say that about our libraries. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that the Westtown Library, the Logan Square Library, the Wicker Park Bucktown Library, they change my life, they change my family's lives, and they provide safe spaces for learning and curiosity every single day in our communities. And to make sure that they continue to be safe and secure and well-resourced spaces, I'm willing to put myself on the line for that. And I'm really glad for what I've learned about everyone else's commitments to the Chicago Public Libraries as well through this process. So thank you so much for the solidarity and the substitute, and I would, when we're done, move to pass. Thank you.
Okay, move to pass. Alderman O'Shea, followed by Alderman Spizzato, and then Alderman Urban.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I'd just like to point out that many children in communities represented by many people in this room come to the libraries in the 19th Ward after school and on weekends because it's a safe place to learn. It's a place that they can do their homework, where their parents can pick them up. They don't live in my community, but they attend school in my community. Just like the children that walk into school used to be crossed by crossing guards. They didn't live in my community. Decisions were made not to keep our libraries open, not to fund our libraries. This is a difficult vote, but it's a needed vote. I wish that we looked as seriously at protecting libraries as we do at protecting schools and protecting kids walking to school. I support this.
Thank you, Alderman O'Shea. Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that I know Donald Trunk's a tapping libraries, I don't know, I'm really gonna vote for it, so. I never heard that one before, but thanks for the update. I was with this all along. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I forever, even when I was running as a candidate, I always felt schools, parks, and libraries were anchors to communities. I don't think anybody's going on a limb to say we're gonna raise your taxes $12 a year on a $400,000 house. So easy, no-brainer, and you guys all keep talking about, and gals, talking about union jobs. Let me remind you, yes, they are union jobs, but these are low-paid workers also. These are people making less than $25 an hour, so, but easy vote for me. I have two libraries, I'm fortunate to have two libraries in my ward. Many kids go there, it's a safe place for them, like my colleague said, so I'll be voting yes on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Urban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand where we are with this particular issue. However, given the dramatic increases that we've seen in West Garfield Park, North Lawndale, and parts on the west side, unfortunately, I cannot support this at this particular time. Hopefully, this process gives us some better, fairer assessments as individuals in our community have seen dramatic increases. So, I understand where people are on this issue. Unfortunately, I can't be with you on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. I don't see any other hands up, and Alderman Laspada made a motion to pass. Before we call the vote, Director Guzman, what would be the average impact of this on a household in Chicago?
On the revised or the original?
The revised.
I just got it this morning, so I don't have that for you, but we can do that analysis for you.
All right, thank you. On the original?
The original didn't have a property tax increase, so there was not an impact on households.
Okay, thank you. You renew your motion? Okay, I'm sure, roll call? Vice Chair Conway? Yes. Alderman Laspada? Yes. Alderman Hopkins? Yes. Alderman Hall? No. Alderman Mitchell? Alderman Harris? Alderman Beal? Alderman Lee? Alderman Ramirez?
Yes.
Alderman Quinn? Alderman Lopez? Alderman Moore? Alderman Curtis? Alderman O'Shea? Alderman Taylor?
Yes.
Alderman Mosley? Alderman Rodriguez? Alderman Scott? No. Alderman Cicho Lopez? Alderman, yes. Alderman Burnett? Yes. Alderman Irvin? Alderman Taliaferro? Alderman Cardona? Yes. Alderman Wagisback? Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez? Yes. Alderman Quezada? Yes. Alderman Villegas? Yes. Alderman Mitz? Yes. Alderman Spizzato? An easy yes. Alderman Vasquez? Yes. Alderman Riley? Alderman Knudsen? Alderman Martin? Alderman Silverstein? Ex officio Nugent? Chair Dowell is a no. Vote is 23-6. The motion passes. 23-6. All right. Moving to item number 3, it's from the Department of Finance, authorizing the issuance of city general obligation bonds. Direct introduction. There is a revised version of the 2026-2027 General Obligation Bond Ordinance at the request of CFO Jill Jaworski, which has been prepared and sent electronically to everyone. The version before the committee is the latest version filed with the city clerk's office yesterday and distributed to all. CFO Jaworski.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were going through the presentation today. Let me pull it up. This is the same presentation we've gone through before.
Perhaps you want to, if you want, you can summarize unless there is a request from the body to have her go through the entire presentation. Summarize the substitute.
Yeah, so, we had two ordinances in front of council. One was for $1.8 billion in new money authority, which included $1.3 billion for the CIP projects. And the revised ordinance specifies precisely the $283.3 million for settlements and judgments and $166 million for the retro payment. Those were included in the prior ordinance, but it didn't specify the amounts, so we added those specific amounts. There is also a substitute ordinance for the refunding bonds that reduces the.
We're not at the refunding bonds, we're at the general obligation
Has to
bond.
change to the general obligations bonds. Is just simply specifying the exact amounts that can be used for the retro and for the settlements and judgments bonds.
Alderman Vice Chair Conway.
I know we spent a lot of time talking about less than $300 million in the revenue ordinance. I hope you don't mind if we spend a little time on this $1.8 billion bond authorization. Now, colleagues, as you'll recall, last month the mayor requested the largest one-day debt authorization in the history of City Council. $1.8 billion for this item and $2 billion for the one that's next on the agenda, which I'll actually kind of speak in for subsequently. But as I briefed many of you yesterday, I have drafted a clean and responsible substitute ordinance to reduce the total borrowing on this authorization from $1.8 billion to $500 million. And I was told that the substitute would not be heard in committee, but billions of taxpayer dollars deserve scrutiny, and we shouldn't be rushing this. Now, my substitute would have authorized borrowing only $500 million, the $500 million necessary for firefighter back pay and lawsuit settlements, obligations that we must meet to balance this budget. I don't like borrowing for operating costs any more than you are, but we have to deal honestly with that reality now. And then we should return in January for a transparent debate about how do we finance capital projects. But what absolutely makes no sense to me, and what I can't support, is the additional $1.3 billion this ordinance gives Mayor Johnson as a slush fund to spend on unspecified capital projects. Not only does that require scrutiny, frankly, it may not even be necessary, and this part is critical, and I want to be crystal clear on it. Right now, the city has more than $2.4 billion in unused authorized capital funding, $2.4 billion of available dollars that has not been allocated or spent. Yet today we are being asked to hand the mayor another $1.3 billion with no project list, no timeline, no accountability, no debt payment schedule. Why? What could we be missing that consumes more than $2 billion and compels us to borrow more than $1 billion more? How could that level of project commitment exist and the city council and taxpayers not know what it is? Something frankly doesn't add up. Now, we have been told that this is needed for menu money, but menu funding has been an authorized use in multiple recent bond issues. There's already ample capacity. We did the $830 million bond authorization earlier this year. $754 million of that remains unused. In the 2022 capital bond totaling $1.85 billion, $1.4 billion is still untapped. The money's already there. Heck, those two alone would fund menu funding for the next 20 years. Now, we've also been told, well, this is routine. It's always been done this way, which completely ignores the fact that this is how we got into this deep hole in the first place. And you're being asked today to, frankly, just keep on digging and take it on faith. Now, earlier in my career, I handled hundreds of debt offerings, and frankly, I've never seen anything like this. But you don't have to be an investment banker to see how reckless this is.
Excuse me, Vice
Yeah.
Chair Conway, do you have a question?
No, I frankly, we spent 4 hours talking about 250 million of revenue. This is a $1.8 billion ordinance, and I don't mind taking my 5 minutes on that.
I think you've gone past your 5
I
minutes.
think I've done 2.5 at the moment.
Well, I have been asking people to make a comment and then ask a question, and you seem to be having.
Well, I'm saying
Sermon.
hypothesis. I'm sure the CFO will like to
Check, check.
respond.
I will have her respond to that, but I
May
believe.
okay, I will abridge the remainder of my comments.
Thank
Is that
you.
okay? What I will say is that, look, we have spent a lot of time talking about an $83 million head tax. And this is something that we're debating quickly that is 15 times larger than that. And frankly, the credit agencies are watching, and I won't belabor this, but they have warned us that issuing more debt is likely to trigger downgrade. And if that happens, our ability to invest in roads, transit, public safety will be crowded out in future years. So I will say this, I put my substitute in City Council this morning. It was sent to Finance Committee. So what I would ask you to do is vote no on this today, because we have a choice to pursue a more fiscally responsible alternative or simply capitulate to the fifth floor. So I strongly urge you to vote no on this authorization. We can take a more responsible alternative that's been introduced. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Alderman Villegas, and then I will turn it over to, if there are no other questions, we'll have the CFO respond to what she's heard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair, for your comments. The body has been concerned around the CIP program for quite some time. We have been concerned because the projects that have been identified, they've been identified mainly without aldermanic input. And so in discussing this issue with our colleagues, we are going to put forward language within the management bill that will take, a management ordinance rather, that will take a look at first a process that will allow the committee that's responsible for the CIP, which is the Economic Capital and Technology Committee, to have all the infrastructure agencies and capital departments that are requesting funding to come through there first, and then also having members of the city council have the ability to put input as to how the projects that we ultimately have to vote on to fund will be part of these projects. So the series of events that will take place is that the finance director will begin talking about a bond authorization. It'll come to the Economic Capital Technology Committee to get input from the departments as well as the council. And then once it's been approved, then to finance in order to fund. I agree with you. We have been funding projects, and it's always held over our head that the menu fund is part of these bonds. And when you take a look at the total amount of the menu fund versus the $1.3 billion CIP program, it's a small percentage. And so we want to make sure that the body is having more input as it relates to what infrastructures ultimately can be completed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Villegas. Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I totally agree with both of my colleagues in that we do need more oversight on these bond issuance. But we also need, like Alderman just said, we need oversight on the CIP, because I can tell you the last couple of years, I have not had one single street that has been done under the collective street program. And I had a boatload of them were targeted to be done, but they just mysteriously disappeared and are not getting done. And we know how that happens. And but we need assurances that we cannot play games with people's resources and the people's money when it comes down to the needs of people in our community. And so, you know, I will vote for this, but I will agree with Alderman Villegas that we need to make sure that the departments are not continuously playing games with resources when it comes to our community because of we may not agree with the administration and get penalized for doing such. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you again, Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the committee. I too agree with my colleague from the 34th Ward. I am very concerned after having sat in both on our CIP hearing under Chairman Villegas, where the budget director was joined by members of Water, Transportation, and 2FM, and literally we're told that in previous hearings that we didn't have projects lined up, but then when they all had to appear together, all of a sudden, the bill was completely full. We should be able to have conversations knowing full well what exactly we're paying for. If we look at, for example, the aforementioned 2019 obligation bonds that my colleague was seeking to remove that amendment, that reclassification in his amendment, there were only 12 items, if I'm not mistaken, 12 items that we were taking out that to accomplish. Projects were specific, projects were delineated, identified, and referenced as ready to go. That is not the case. We get generalities now. And we've been getting generalities, not just from this administration, but from the previous one, especially as we have seen as it relates to capital improvement and in particular our menu, which is what we are all most concerned about. We've gone from annual bond authorization ordinances for menu to these giant amorphous billion-dollar boondoggles from Lightfoot on. I think the first one was 1.1 billion. So the question, Chairman, I see the look, is when are we as a group going to start asking questions? When are we going to say enough? I know that we have things to pay, and if the budget director or the chief financial officer have a list that equals the totality of this obligation, I'd love to hear it. And I would love for them to give us what it is that we're doing so that we can all have a better understanding of, is this actually something that we're committed, that projects that are in the pipeline, as DPD likes to tell us, or is this just advanced planning to make sure that we have authority? Because none of us like saying, and I would also, if I may also ask, and then I'll be done, can the budget team, the financial team, tell us how many open-ended lines of credit exist out there? Because it seems every time we turn around, I mean, they're scouring 20 years to find bonding authority authorization. So how much are related specifically for infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Financial Officer Jaworski.
I'll answer first
Okay.
and then.
Thank you,
Jill
Director
can answer.
Guzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, great question. Thank you for that. The capital improvement plan is a plan. It's a 5-year plan. It reflects both projects that are currently underway, have completed their planning stages, are in their actual construction and implementation or conclusion phases, as well as the projects that are slated for future commitments. And so when you think about the totality of the plan, it's not just what we're doing today, it's what we're planning for in the future. And the plan itself is reflective of not just the funding from the bond, but a multitude of funding sources, in primarily from the federal and state governments. Our GO bonds are a portion, about 21% of the entire plan. And if you look at the back of the the capital improvement book, it does reflect specific projects and the funding sources that are for those projects. For those that are for future projects, obviously those locations haven't been identified yet because those are done in collaboration with alders as well as the community. And so as you know, because I know you have meetings every year with CDOT and other departments, including water and other infrastructure departments, those locations and the places in which those dollars for future for future years will go towards are not in this particular, are not identified here yet because they haven't been identified. Those are done within meetings with members of city council at the beginning of the year. But for those that are identified, those are existing projects that are receiving additional funding from the bond as well as other funding sources. Jill.
Thank you. Director Guzman. Chief Financial Officer, did you have anything to add before I call for a motion?
Just on the specific question, it looks like we have about 325 million available on our lines of credit. Sure, I'm sorry. Got a lot of cords over here. Let me get this closer. My apologies. Specifically on the lines of credit, we have about 325 million in our tax exempt line of credit currently available. Yeah, that's our available capacity. Our taxables are fully utilized right now. We typically use those to fund capital projects. I think as we've talked about before, first we fund capital projects using cash, then we reimburse ourselves for cash with our tax exempt lines. So we'll probably be doing some significant draws on the lines this month to pay back cash for our end of year. And then we issue bonds to take out those lines of credit. And so that would be part of our bonding for next year, would be doing a permanent financing of the projects that are currently on the lines of credit. Addressing just the general question about, what is it for? We've put up the slide that does show the breakdown in categories. We have, can certainly provide you much more detailed information regarding the specific projects that are included. I think a couple other points I wanted to make. I know that you referenced, Alderman Lopez, the 2019 ordinance having specific projects. That was actually an anomaly. It is not typical of the bond ordinances have those amounts. And that is why we added the amendment, because we have, let me pull the numbers up. We have about, we have money stranded because of that. We have about 69.6 million of unspent proceeds from the 2019 authorization that is sort of stranded because we've already completed most of the projects that were identified in there, and we have excess funding available. So we would like to be able to reallocate that and use that for other funds. We have about 16 million unissued authorization from that. Now, we don't actually intend to issue that, but we do want to reallocate the funds that have been bonded for and are sitting in project funds right now. So going to the broader discussion around the authorization, all of the funds from our prior year authorizations are already allocated to either projects that are underway, that we have contracts on, or that we are in the contracting process on. We have a lot of projects that are multi-year commitments. So for example, bridge projects, we have to allocate significant amount of money to our bridge program. That program was underfunded for years. And each year we get more and more bridges added that are in critical repair, critical state of need for repair. And so we are continuing to add to that program. Those take years to do those projects because we do not pay for them just with our bonding authority. We're also using a lot of federal grant monies. And so we have to pull all of the available pieces of funding together and then do the contracting. And when you receive federal grant monies, you have to have your local match in order to receive the federal grants. So we need that authorization to be able to enter into those contracts, to get the matching dollars, to be able to get the federal funds. to do those projects. So this bonding authority is for the projects in the CIP that do not already have, are not already in contracting or already underway. And so some of the things that we are looking at using this for instance, is we need to replace a lot of the fire department's fleet. So we've got 40 ambulances, 30 fire trucks, and 42 fire engines that are scheduled to begin procurement this year in 2026. This is part of a multi-year strategy for replacing these vehicles. If we do not have the bonding authority, we will not be able to begin the procurement process. And that's because this authority isn't just to issue the bonds, it's the authority to spend the money to enter into the contracts. We will not issue the bonds until we start incurring the expenses, which is why we always have a situation where we have authorization that is not fully spent, because that authorization is letting us let contracts do engineering, start everything that we need to do before we actually spend the money. Some of these projects will start getting spent very quickly. Those fleet ones are relatively quick. But for instance, lead service line, that's something that we are doing GO bonds for every year, and we're using that authority relatively quickly. We are under mandates to replace lead service lines for leaks and breaks. And we cannot use any of our water system revenue bonds or water system pay-as-you-go capital dollars for the private side costs. We can only use them for street side. And so once we hit the property of the individual, we have to use another source of funds. And we have ongoing contracts to do that work. Of course, we use our own labor as well for that work, but we need the GO bond funding for those projects to keep them moving, because we, as I said, cannot use our water fund revenues for that. In addition, we have quite a large number of other projects, including buildings, some of which are demolished buildings that are not safe. We have a lot of streetscape projects, all of which would get delayed if the capital authorization is not passed. We do have a relatively detailed memo prepared that we'll also be providing to everyone, but there isn't going to be an immediate impact if we don't pass the CIP, because the projects that are that we want to start, we will not be able to start them.
Thank you very much, Chief Financial Officer. Point of information from Alderman Beal, Alderman Laspada, Alderman Vice Chair Conway, and Villegas.
Okay, I'll just have a quick question, because I see that the 166 for the final retro payment that was in there, that we were told that was supposed to be in the budget but was spent, and now we're having to borrow for it. But could you explain to me how we arrived at the 216 million for the automatic menu when the menu is only about 75, 77 million a year? How do we get to 216?
I apologize, I don't have the presentation, CIP presentation directly in front of me, but it's the same as the amount that's provided each year. It's $108 million for the aldermanic menu. A portion of that is for the additional work, the supplementary work that CDOT does. You choose the items in your menu. There's additional work that they have to do for a lot of the items that are chosen. So I believe there's about $33 million of that 108 that goes to CDOT to support the aldermanic menu projects.
Okay, and that, I'm sorry, that additional funds is not controlled by the alderman, it's controlled by the commissioner, correct?
They do it with you. So in your briefing that you
That's
have,
not true. I'm gonna disagree with you. They don't work with me on that one. They don't work, they work with me on my allotted 1.5, 1 point whatever. Last couple of years, I've never worked with them on additional funds.
can I respond to you?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the items that are in the menu for the alders, so there's a set price for each of the projects and the types of things that can be paid for through the aldermanic menu. But to bring that project to bear, there are additional items that supplement those projects. So that's what the additional fund, and it's the same that that's the same amount that it's always been. So when you choose the projects with CDOT, that additional funding in that bucket
That's
goes
absorbed.
to support those.
I totally disagree. Even if you add the additional 30-something million, that only gets you to 100. That leaves an additional $116 million that we don't know what's accounted for. I think that's absorbent, and I think it needs to be reduced.
Thank you.
It's a 2-year authorization also.
Alderman Laspada.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to be clear that it's not the lack of clarity in this package that disturbs me, but the clarity itself. Because if you look at our CIP plans for the years beginning 2022, 2024, and 2025, this actually represents now a dramatic decrease in our capital spending over those 5-year rolling periods. If you look at those, we're looking at not only a decrease overall, but significant decreases across CDOT's own named categories of neighborhood improvements, sidewalk repairs, residential street resurfacing. Admittedly, like as we have learned, this is teeing up bond issuances for 2 years from now. But I do not want to be looking at 2 years from now without the resources to maintain this city, let alone to be able to improve it. I hope that we find ways to come back and make up for what I would say is a CIP and a bond authorization that does a disservice to the city's capital needs. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chairman, can I just make an additional comment to what the CFO had said?
Yes.
Yeah, so, being new to this, I can just tell you and assure the council that the idea of having a 5-year capital plan funded in part through bonds, in part through grants and other resources is very normal. And as Jill said, you authorize, but you don't issue right away because you might be looking for a grant. But the other thing is that during the construction period, using lines of credit to fund the project lowers your cost significantly because the rates on a line of credit are much lower than if you just went and issued debt. And the other thing is there are spend down rules that the IRS has with the proceeds of bonds. If you're not spending that money at a certain pace, the bonds can become retroactively taxable to the bondholders. So, and the other thing is this debt, overall debt plan is retired pretty rapidly relative to other cities. So from my view, this approach is very responsible. And I think it's a mischaracterization to say that we just put money out there and don't spend. It's a plan, and it's a thoughtful and guided plan that uses criteria such as life safety, which are bridges, and obtaining grant money.
Thank you, Comptroller Belsky. Vice Chair Conway.
I wanted just a couple clarifying questions. Is it, the CFO seemed to suggest that all of the 2.4 billion of authorization has already been allocated to projects? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That shock you, Gil? Okay. And is it also your contention that that if we waited to do a CIP brief until January, that would hold up projects?
Last year the bonds were
February.
so I think it was February, and it did impact the delivery of projects. So CDOT had to make changes to the projects because of the timing delay. So, of course, 1 month is going to have less impact than 2 or 3, but it has an impact.
I mean, by your own admission, we're not really going to even spend this money for 2 years. So it seems shocking that would be the case, which is why I'm asking, look, let's just pass vote no on this. We'll pass what we need to pass, and then we can come to a real thorough CIP with necessary oversight in January.
Thank you, Alderman Conway.
Thank you.
Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, CFO, did you provide the 2019 projects that were line itemed through the chair? And if you did, could you resend it curious to see what those projects are. Now, you said historically that that's been the case where there's been approval of the bonds without line items. And
Yes.
I'm of the opinion we go the other way. So that way we understand and I can talk about when I'm supporting these bonds as to what it is that our respective wards, investments that we're getting. So I want to go back to the practice of line iteming items so that way we understand what it is that we're voting on, what it is that specifically projects are there with the input of all the departments as well as from the legislative branch, which ultimately has to approve the appropriation. I mean, we're just giving a blank check to the administration and then hoping that we can get above and beyond the 1.5 million that is allocated in the menu. So if you could provide that through the chair that lists the 2019, what those examples are of line items, and then I guess I'm going to be looking at going back to the way that most legislative branches do it, whether you're in Springfield or in Washington D.C. around line iteming projects, so that we know specifically where the investments are going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Villegas.
We'll provide that.
As I indicated to you, maybe a couple of days ago, the language that you want to craft around the management ordinance, you should do that and work with Chairman Irvin to get that in place. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you again, Chairman. I want to follow up on, if I may, just briefly, something on what Alderman Conway just referenced, and with regards to holding up of projects, which I don't think any of us really want to see. We just want to make sure that projects are being done equitably throughout the city of Chicago, which is not your wheelhouse. You're just paying for it. I get it. But do we know, if you were to look at this diagram, for example, what is the value of the projects that you need money for immediately? Because I think that kind of gets to the heart of both conversations of what do you need both in the short term to ensure that for the January, February timeframe, you're able to continue with projects versus what is more end of year or even 2027 that doesn't require cash on hand authority right now?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, and I don't know, we have the memo that's coming to you shortly, but there are a host of things that we would need to have cash or the authority to do and enter into contracts pretty immediately. The most pressing of which, as Jill mentioned, is the lead service line replacements, because those are tied to the public side work that DWM is doing, and they get those done really quickly within each year, and we are under state and federal mandates on that. I would also say we have a court order that requires the signals related to the ADA street signals. Our bridges, those are critical. Because some of the money in this bond authority is supporting existing bridge replacements today, inclusive of the contracts that they need to literally start to let starting in January. We also have the equipment for the fire department. And as we had mentioned during CFD's, or maybe it was during my hearing, we're trying to do something really innovative with how we purchase fire equipment going forward, which is to buy them in bulk so that we're getting better pricing rather than these one-offs. So the memo is coming to you, but there's a host of things that need immediate authorization.
So, thank you. What is the value of those that are immediate? And I appreciate a memo, but I think for the context of this conversation, I mean, like, for example, we know that I don't need to worry about 2027 lead service line replacement. I need to focus on 2026 and what's available within the first 6 months or 4 months or whatever it is. So what does the first quarter needs look like? We'll make it real simple.
I didn't analyze it from that perspective because, again, I'm not sitting in a department while they're waiting to try to let a contract in line with procurement. So the idea is we have to allow departments to work as they normally do, right? They're in discussions, in procurement discussions right now. typically we have the aldermanic package out to aldermen this month, right? Where you would begin and you could have those conversations with CDOT the very beginning of January. So I don't have this done by quarter because that would be a really complex matrix of looking at every single project in the city of Chicago by month. What I'm telling you is that the way that these departments do go about their work, this allows them to do that in the most efficient way possible.
I think, Chairman, that might be something that we need to take a look at moving forward as well with conversations with Chairman Villegas, because I think that while it might not be necessarily readily available for OBM, I'm sure that CDOT has its work broken down quarterly and knows when their projects start and when they need to do these things. It's just a matter of making them do it. And I think that would also be more comforting to us to say, look, if this is what the January goal is, we can pass that immediately while we have these ongoing conversations on how this bonding authority needs to evolve moving forward. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Alderman Lopez. I don't think that we should be holding up this particular ordinance. We have some work to do before we can even talk about how we're going to move forward. Alderman Quezada, I'll get to you.
Sure.
Okay. Before we move forward, that we haven't done ourselves, and Alderman Chairman Villegas and I have had some conversations, but we need to move forward with this and not hold up anything that might be in the queue. Alderman Quezada,
I wasn't intending to interrupt. Are there any more questions, or can I call to question?
call a question.
Call a question.
Okay. No, the question's been called. Is this another roll call? Vice Chair Conway, no. Alderman Laspada, no. Okay. Alderman Hopkins, Alderman Hall, Alderman Mitchell, Alderman Harris, Alderman Beal, Alderman Lee, Alderman Ramirez, Alderman Quinn, Alderman Lopez, Alderman Moore, Alderman Curtis, Alderman O'Shea, Alderman Taylor, Alderman Mosley, Alderman Rodriguez,
Rodriguez is an aye.
Alderman Scott, Alderman Cicho Lopez, Alderman Burnett, Alderman Irvin,
Yes.
Alderman Taliaferro, Alderman Cardona, Alderman Wagasback, Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez, Alderman Quezada, Alderman Villegas, Alderman Villegas, I can't hear you. Aye, okay. Alderman Wagasback, Alderman Mitz, Alderman Spizzato, Alderman Vasquez, Alderman Riley,
Alderman Harris is a yes.
Alderman Harris is a yes.
Ramirez is a yes.
Alderman Ramirez is a yes. Alderman Knudsen, Alderman Martin, Alderman Silverstein, ex officio Nugent, Chair Dowell votes yes. Beal is holding his nose and voting yes. We have Riley is a yes. The vote is 24-8. The ordinance passes and will be reported out when we meet. Excuse me, what was the count you asked?
It wasn't in relation to the count, but I thought the motion was to end debate.
No. The motion was do pass. Call the question.
Okay.
All right. Last item. Uh, He moved. We're gonna do it over. Alderman Mitchell moves to pass. Can I use the same roll call from the last one? All right, the vote is 24-8. Item number 4, from the Department of Finance, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of city general obligation bonds and/or sales tax securitization corporation sales tax revenue bonds for refunding outstanding general obligation bonds and/or sales tax revenue bonds. The committee has been presented with a revised version of this ordinance, which has been distributed to everyone, and the matter is before the committee for discussion. The revised ordinance will be explained by Vice Chair Bill Conway.
Thank you. I can assure you this substitution is a lot less controversial than what I just went through. In fact, I did this slide. It may look vaguely familiar as it's slightly copied from the CFO slide. What the amendment does is it keeps everything the same, except it revises the authorization from $2 billion to $1 billion for savings opportunities. It is worth noting that, as you could see on the slide, between now and the end of 2027, we only have about $665 million worth of bonds that are callable. Obviously, having a $1 billion authorization should take care of us through through the end of 2027. And I will certainly say that the CFO has done a fantastic job at finding savings opportunities in the bond market for the city. And I would also say it's important that we do provide the CFO with some refinancing authority. I can tell you, as someone who was in banking, that January is traditionally one of the strongest months for municipal issuance. You have a lot of fresh investor demand that comes out of the holiday season. You got a lot of reinvestment flows that happen. So noting, you know, I obviously had some desire to restrain the amount, but I think it is important that we do pass this $1 billion of refunding authority to give the CFO some opportunity to save the taxpayers of the city of Chicago some money. So I ask you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Alderman Moore. Alderman Lopez, did you have, Vice Chairman Urban?
I don't, hey, he'll be all right. So you want to reduce the authorization from 1 billion to 2 billion. The question that I have, I'm sorry, 2 billion to 1 billion. The question that I have, this is directed to the CFO, based on the graph here that Vice Chair has presented, what additional authorization is necessary, or are there other callable features or bonds that may exist that would require us to be over the $1 billion that he's asking for?
We originally had put in a request for $2 billion. That was a 2-year authorization. And so, you know, $1 billion is likely to meet the needs that we would have and the opportunities in 2026. Should there be opportunities beyond that in 2026, we can certainly bring those to council and introduce them at the time. The way in which we might issue more would be if we do a tender offer where we buy bonds that are callable in future years. That is a strategy that we use opportunistically in the market. For instance, we did that in the bonds that were sold in November. We sold sales tax securitization corporation bonds. Primarily, we were doing a tender. We did some callable bonds, but a lot of the bonds were bonds we bought out of the market. We generated $46 million in savings distributed between the 25 budget that we're currently in and the budget that you are debating. and have debated today. We do have an opportunity, I think, as Alderman Conway was referencing, to be back in the market shortly. We think we could do about another 400 million or so and generate about 50 million in savings. So I think the difference between the 2 and the 1 billion for us would only be if we had a larger tender we did later in the year. We would probably be looking at coming back next year budget time to ask for more authority for the next year.
Move to pass.
I do have, if we have a policy that has a minimum of a 3% savings, and there an opportunity may exist for the CFO to garner more savings for us, why handcuff her with just $1 billion in authorization if we have a set policy on how these things are allocated and the potential to garner more savings? And that goes to the sponsor of the ordinance.
Go ahead, repeat your question.
I think I got the question. So
You got it?
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
$1 billion
Repeat your
compared
question.
to.
Let him repeat his
Okay,
question.
please.
My question essentially is, if we have a fairly set policy on how we execute these for savings, I do see your point about the numbers of callable bonds, but you also talked about the ability to tender on things possibly in an earlier state. Why handcuff the CFO if we have a policy by which we have to achieve a certain level of savings? It's not as if we're just willy-nilly refunding bonds. Why handcuff her in that respect?
I hardly think that $1 billion is a handcuff. That's a huge level of authorization. But based on the fact there's only 400 million callable this year, and there might be a tender offer, I don't know how big that would be, but it's not going to be 600 million in size. If there is opportunities for additional savings, I think beyond giving $1 billion, it's not inappropriate to ask the CFO to come back to do that. Savings opportunities are there. I suspect we'd be amenable to that, but I don't think we need to have sort of a lot of unnecessary authorization out there, and anything more than $1 billion would be unnecessary at this time.
Okay.
Alderman Cito Lopez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. This question for anyone in the box. Will this change could create any delays? I know that this is tied to many money and all that. Will this create any kind of delays potentially, or is this a minor?
This
I don't think that
is strictly for refunding. The GO bond is for menu. It's a different bond.
There's a different bond. And then in terms of like delayed, I mean, I don't know how we want to restrict the level for us to borrow in a time when we see so much volatility just for some savings. I just don't see the rationale here.
Any other comments? Anyone moving do pass? Oh, I'm sorry. Alderman Hall, before we take the vote, Alderman Hall asked to be included on remotely due to Rule 59. All those in favor, can I get a motion? So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Alderman Hall? Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I want to be clear on CFO's stance on this proposal. I heard everything. I just want to know where you stand on.
So I would say that generally, we would like to have the authorization that gives us flexibility to be in the market when opportunities arise so that we can move quickly. So the larger authorization, 2 billion, gives us a greater deal of flexibility to be in the market. But, the $1 billion does give us a lot of flexibility. Like I said, we expect to use 400 million of that relatively soon. That leaves 600 million, remaining. And should that be insufficient at the time, we will come back and ask for more. I can say that it's easier for us if we don't have to come back. But we certainly would do that. And, we would hope that if there was, a market opportunity where we could benefit from more authority, that it would, be able to be addressed quickly.
Who made the motion? There was no substitute. There was no, it's a revised version of the ordinance. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Could the nays identify themselves? Posada is a nay? Okay. This is the refinancing bond. You're an aye? Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ordinance will be reported out at our next city council meeting. There being no further business before the committee, can I get a motion to adjourn? Moved by Alderman Vasquez to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The committee is hereby adjourned.